Jesus. 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 Already got a request? I just went live. Are they unrequested? There we go. Debate live. Atheism is baseless and irrational. Can you guys spell check for me? I wouldn't want to mess up my grammar. If I spell something wrong, they might not be a Christian. They might not become Christian if I spell a word wrong. Oh, Mega Man 2? Mega Man 2, you thought you knew. We need to stop the evil desires of Dr. Wily. However, after his defeat, Dr. Wily created 8 of his own robots to counter Mega Man. You think he's gonna counter Mega Man? Fuck that! Dr. Wily don't got shit on Mega Man. Mega Man always win. Dun, 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 dun. Y'all like Mega Man? Y'all like Mega Man? Mega Man, are you kidding me? I said Mega Man 1? Mega Man 1 went hard?
Hi, sorry, I was in an elevator.
Yeah.
I don't know. Can you hear me? Okay. So I disagree with everything in the prompts. So I guess, should I begin with number 1?
Whatever you want.
Okay. So atheism being baseless and irrational, I actually think it's quite the opposite. I think Christianity is baseless and irrational. Mainly, it's not that I don't believe Jesus existed, but I believe he existed just as a human being, and I don't believe that like you can just make miracles happen and then like come back as a god after you're dead. Like there's no actual way to prove that happened and go back in time and
you just have a bias. You don't want to believe anything supernatural.
No, I used to believe in God, so.
So what? It doesn't mean you don't have a bias.
What is a bias to you? How would I have developed a bias?
When you go like, well, I can believe like Jesus existed as a human, but I don't believe in any of the miracles. That's a bias. So I don't
think that's what a bias means. So why don't we go back to just like basic statistics, because that's not what a bias means.
Yeah, because before you look at the evidence, you've already decided that miracles are impossible.
No, I have read the Bible, I've read the Torah, I've read the Quran, I have educated myself. I went to years of Hebrew school. I mean, I'm Jewish, so there's that.
Yeah, but you don't believe in miracles, right?
I don't believe that in that kind of miracle.
What? Do you believe God?
I don't believe miracles can just come from nothing, from like a person doing intelligent design and like performing.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's a bias. So
That's
you
just an
already,
opinion. That's not a
yeah, but
bias.
don't you get that how that belief affects how you when you like evaluate the veracity of the Bible because you have that belief that
Well, I
affects how you
didn't have that
interpret it.
belief until I read the Bible.
Oh my God.
So I didn't go in with a bias. I went in with
Yeah,
an
you're
open
not
mind.
you're not getting it. Okay, sure.
I went in with an open mind. I
No, you didn't.
want to believe. So actually, the bias is kind of the opposite because I
You
would like
can't
to
have an
believe
open mind.
things.
That's a contradict. To say you have an open mind means that you're not open. That you have a closed mind, open to having a closed mind. So that means you're not really open minded. So that's a
So
contradiction. Say I'm open minded or I approach this with an open mind. That's a contradiction.
that's not what a contradiction means. I feel like we're having trouble with like the English language, not, yeah.
But you're not open minded, are you? Because are you open to minded to
Yeah, do
the?
you want to give me like your, I guess, testimony of why you believe that Christianity is objectively proven and science is impossible without God?
Yeah. So like the world in the world where like God created the universe and God endows the universe with order that makes like logic and science possible. That world makes sense, and if you deny that like divine foundation, you'll end in chaos. And so there would be no ultimate ground to make sense of science or logic or anything.
Okay, do you have like evidence? Like I'm asking you for evidence that proves that what you believe is real. I don't really understand what you're saying right now.
So humans understand the world through a story or a narrative. Um, and the story or narrative in the Bible it uniquely can is consistent with observable data. That any other narrative, like the story that there's no God and all there is physical things, right? That story is impossible because it would destroy the possibility of like knowledge and truth at a foundational level. So we need the story in the Bible to make sense. It's the only one that's consistent with observable data.
Where can you present to me some of this observable data? I'm actually very interested to hear about some of it.
Um, so like when we look at the world, we see patterns, right? So we see connections between things that exist.
Sure, yes, we see patterns.
Those connections are either inherent or not inherent. And if they're not inherent, then they're not real. And it's just like our mind imposing these patterns on the world where patterns don't exist.
Have you ever considered the possibility that there might be another way that things have evolved over time and that these patterns you see might have something to do with how things have evolved over time and a cause for that is not a magical man in the sky?
No, the patterns are only going to arise from intention and purpose. Okay, so like imagine I had two dice and each dice had an infinite number, infinite amount of sides on each dice, which is impossible. It's like hypothetical. So two dice with infinite numbers on each side of the dice. When you roll the dice, they're never going to land on the same number. You see what I'm saying?
Do see what you're saying. That's kind of how God feels to me and the religion feels to me, is
But
that
that
you're having these infinite possibilities that you have just created that are hypotheticals that don't actually exist.
no, we need God to load the dice, so to speak. So without God rigging the dice and making the dice land on the same number, so there can be a pattern. There would be no patterns. Everything would be random. It doesn't make sense to think just randomly. There's all these connections between things. So that it just means that if there's no intention or designer, then when we speak about the world, and because when we talk in terms of patterns. We use patterns to talk. So if the patterns aren't real, that means all the things we're talking about is not real, and our whole experience is not real.
I don't disagree that there are patterns. I said that I agree that there are patterns.
Well, it's either going to be they're imposed by the mind and they're fake.
Why are those the only two options to you?
Because, like I said, with the dice with the infinite amount of sides, so that's not an option. To say that it's like an accident is not an option because it's just that would never happen.
Why can't accidents happen? Have you ever seen an accident happen?
It's impossible because it's impossible.
How is an accident impossible? Have you ever seen one happen?
I'm not saying accidents are impossible. I'm saying that the idea that you could spill a jug of milk and the way it splashes is going to form a map of London. That's nuts, right?
Well, I could argue that I could figure out the way the milk is going to spread based on science, because we have that.
I mean,
I'm wondering if this is like satirical, because it's actually at a point where like you're not making any sense. Like you're
how am I not making sense?
Tangential and not connecting your thoughts.
Well, that is an unfair assessment. It's almost as if you're like not open-minded.
Like I'm trying to understand like proof and evidence, and you're not giving me that. So
I'm giving you a transcendental proof that if it's the case that we are able to know the world, what else has to be true? If we can know the world, what else would have to be true for us to know the world? Well, cause and effect would have to be true, right? Because unless like
I don't disagree with cause and effect. I just don't think the cause has to be an intelligent designer.
I'm not arguing that the cause of the universe has to be an intelligent designer. I'm not.
So you don't believe in Christianity? I'm confused.
I mean, I believe that, but I'm not arguing that.
That is the argument you put in the prompt.
No, it's not the argument. I was going to say that the fact that how would you explain that causality, the causal order? What would be ordering cause and effect if it's not God?
So for me, I can explain it through physics and biology.
Dude.
And I can do that for you right now.
No, you can't. No, you can't. Cause and effect cannot be proven by science. So you don't know what you're talking about. So anyways.
So yeah, when you do experimental science and you look at historical observable data and archaeology and physics that you can actually assess visually, like with your senses, you can prove things. Now, there are other types of science that you cannot prove things, that you just can see a correlation. It just depends on the type of science you're conducting.
Okay, so what science experiment proves that cause and effect is true?
What science experiment proves that cause and effect is true? I mean, that's in the scientific method.
What science experiment proves cause and effect is true?
Okay, I can give you one example of an experiment. So let's say that you have a group of people that are put on a medication experimentally, and then you assess that group of people compared to people that are put on a placebo. And then you see that there's a significant difference in how these the two groups are affected by this medication. That would be an example of a cause and effect, because you could prove based on the variables that the medication, being the independent variable, causes the effect of feeling better from that medication.
Okay, so I'm going to keep just asking my question until you answer it. Okay, so what scientific experiment proves that cause and effect is the case?
I just gave you an example of an experiment.
So what scientific experiment proves that cause and effect is the case?
Many of them do, but that's why I just named one. Do you want me to name another one?
So what scientific experiment proves cause and effect is the case?
Okay, there's not one. There's it's the statistics and then the way you can assess variables. So, like, do you understand that when you compare? Sorry about the noise. I'm in New York City, but do you understand that when you compare one independent variable to another, you can look at the effect and see the main effect on the dependent variable?
But that presupposes cause and effect. I want to know, how do you know cause and effect is true via science?
So if you look at the scientific, do you know what the scientific method is or not?
Yes.
Okay, what does the scientific method
The
say?
scientific method says, like, we observe a phenomena, then we create a hypothesis, and then
Okay, so
we do an
do you think that some
experiment,
hypotheses
and then we
can
get data from the experiment, and then we compare the data to our hypothesis, and we determine, did the data validate the hypothesis, or did the data not undermine the hypothesis? And then
Okay, so
we do the
do
test
you
again.
do you think that when we have a hypothesis, there are some studies that can show that one thing causes another, and then there are some studies that show that there's a correlation between two different variables, and it just depends on the design of the study and the methodology?
Well, it seems to me any study would need cause and effect to be true to even do a study. So I'm just like baffled why you're telling me that a scientific experiment can prove something that it needs to be true to do the experiment, such as cause and effect. Like, are you so open-minded that your brain fell out?
No,
Okay.
I'm actually like in medical school, so I got
Yeah.
past learning about statistics and reasoning about different types of studies. So I'm trying to like explain them to you, but I don't think it's coming across.
Okay. But do you understand any study is assuming cause and effect is true while I'm
No, that's
asking
not
you,
accurate. That's not accurate.
oh, so
A
what
lot of studies
study?
are showing
Oh,
correlation.
what?
A lot of studies are looking at correlations. It depends on how you design it and the
But
methodology you use, once again. So, like, for example, you can use, if you're doing an experimental
holy
study,
shit.
not an observational study or a correlational study, then you're looking at how one thing causes another. And you can see that because you're literally comparing one thing to another using something called what you would use in ANOVA, but I don't want to get too into it. But that's a way you can look at how one variable is different from another and how that causes the main effect to affect the dependent variable. That's how it's based on reality. I don't really
Yeah.
know how else to explain it to you.
Well, reality. I mean, that's quite a claim. When you say reality, you're making a big claim there that you won't be able to defend, of course. But you're also talking about we look at things, right? Well, when you look at something, you can see it because the object reflects light waves, and the light waves, when they hit your eyeball, it causes an effect as a phenomena of sight. You see? So we need a cause and effect to even look at an object, right?
Okay,
So
and
how?
would you say that, like, the light was the cause has to be God, or like what are you trying to say?
Oh, I'm just trying to say you have blind faith that cause and effect is true since you have no scientific evidence or rational proof
Do you
that cause
understand the
and
studies I
effect
presented to you and
is
how I
true.
explained them?
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Honestly, not fully.
Oh, man, that explains your responses.
I understand that what you're asking me for, but then I'm not
Mm-mm.
understanding your response to what you're asking me for because I'm answering your question, but then you're not thinking that it's an answer
But
to your question.
yeah, do any of these anything you? I asked for a scientific study or scientific
And I literally
experiment,
explained an experiment to you. Like I
but do
explained
they
it,
conclude
the
with cause
variables.
and effect is true?
Yes,
Real?
that's
Can
literally
you name
what
me this?
every
I want to go.
experimental study
I
that's
don't believe
significant
you.
concludes with.
I don't believe you. Right. So, what experiment can I go look up? And that says it's the internet will say yes. This experiment verifies cause and effect is true. What experiment?
Okay, so I would go to PubMed and look up
PubMed.
any experimental study that has a significant
Any
effect.
experimental study. Can I? Okay. How about can I ask ChatGPT?
Sure. Yeah, go for it.
ChatGPT, are there any scientific experiments that prove cause and effect is true, or causality is true? So ChatGPT says causality or cause and effect is a foundational concept in science, but it's not something that can be proven in a strict sense. So science assumes causality to make sense of how events influence each other. You see, so science has blind faith in cause and effect. Did you know that, Melissa?
Definitely not blind faith. And does it actually say that in ChatGPT that it has blind faith, or are you saying that?
Well, ChatGPT says it's a foundational concept in science, but it's not something that can be proven in a strict sense.
So you said the other thing. It wasn't what ChatGPT said. The blind faith.
Oh, ChatGPT is sort of lying here.
It's ChatGPT is lying. Okay.
Yeah, because it says like causality can be supported by like consistent observations, which is not true, right? Because David Hume demonstrated that we can't observe cause and effect.
Okay. Do you want to like pull anyone else up to have like a third person?
And then ChatGPT is trying to appeal to pragmatism, as if pragmatism is sort of like some epistemic justification. We all know it's just
decided to rely on ChatGPT, and now that it says something, you think it's wrong, even though it's using everything.
Yeah, ChatGPT is bullshitting you here.
So then why are you asking it a question?
So it does say like David Hume's problem of induction. Hume pointed out we can't prove causality because we can't observe the necessary connection between cause and effect.
Okay, someone in the comments, I'm just going to comment, is saying like a lot of things, and I'm just going to comment on it because it's there. But I believe she is saying that there are studies that are skewed, and I'm going to say yes, there are studies that are skewed. That's bad science, and you can get your studies audited, and if you do and people see that you skew your raw data, you can lose your license as a doctor. So people don't like to skew data because it puts their entire careers at risk.
Yeah, I'm not skewed. Okay, well, I don't know. What are we talking about skewing data?
There's a person in the comments that was talking about that, so I was just addressing that.
Oh. Well, yeah, scientists like fucking mess with data all the time. But anyways,
the motive for that.
What?
What would be the motive for that, to like show their study is significant when it's not?
Well, they just want to interpret data to fit the corporate narrative. Because
do you think that that's allowed?
If a scientist goes against the corporate overlords, the scientists won't have any money to feed their family.
No, you get paid on a salary usually. Actually, so that's not accurate. It is
accurate. And if you do
think
science,
you just like don't get paid if you don't find a significant result.
There's certain like taboos or sacred cows in science that if you question, the corporate overlords will create a propaganda campaign to like make it look like you're a crazy person to the public. They'll character assassinate you in the media to make you look like a fool. So this helps them prevent people from questioning the established scientific dogma.
Do you understand how like studies are funded and like how they work? Or, like, where do you get your information from? Like,
well, I get my like I go to the horse's mouth. Like Bertrand Russell wrote books on the scientific dictatorship. Aldous Huxley, Jacques Ellul wrote a book, The Technological Society, which goes into detail on it. So,
Okay,
yeah.
this is like a lot of
I
nonsense.
mean,
I think I'm gonna get coffee and go like do research.
okay. Like,
But
like politicians are notorious for lying, right? And politicians are getting involved in
we're
science.
jumping the goalpost again. But I don't. Yes,
Why
that's
do you
true.
think liar politicians are getting involved in science? If science is all about truth, politicians would be afraid of it. Politicians are not afraid of science. They're using science to lie to people.
Right. So I think you're talking about. Are you talking about how the like federal government, local government, state governments, how they try to involve themselves in understanding what science is and going against scientific theories and methodology, but they shouldn't be? Like, what are you trying to say?
That politicians are liars, right? And
Right. So
now
politicians are not scientific researchers. Those are two
politicians
different
are
things.
appealing to scientific claims to push their lies.
I would argue that a lot of politicians vote against scientific reasoning. It depends
Okay.
on which side of the political spectrum you're on.
Don't know what you're talking about.
So you just are going to discount the fact that like most conservative and Republican people vote against scientific reasoning. Like
Even conservatives are into science. Everyone is brainwashed by science.
I think I'm gonna just leave
Okay.
but you can drop me. Have a good day.
You too, I wish you well. Yeah, I'll read you guys what Zbigniew Brzezinski, like that woman probably couldn't spell Zbigniew Brzezinski. Zbigniew Brzezinski, he's passed away now, but he was a major, powerful person within the Democratic Party. Big time powerful person, Zbigniew Brzezinski. He wrote a book called one of his famous. He wrote like The Grand Chessboard, and he wrote Between Two Ages: America's Role in the Technotronic Era. So this is what Zbigniew says. I'm quoting Zbigniew here. This is from the horse's mouth. Another threat, less overt but no less basic, confronts liberal democracy. More directly linked to the impact of technology, it involves the gradual appearance of a more controlled and directed society. Such a society would be dominated by an elite whose claim to political power would rest on allegedly superior scientific know-how, unhindered by the restraints of traditional liberal values. This elite would not hesitate to achieve its political ends by using the latest modern techniques for influencing public behavior and keeping society under close surveillance and control. Under such circumstances, the scientific and technological momentum of the country would not be reversed, but would actually feed on the situation it exploits. Persisting social crises, the emergence of a charismatic personality, and the exploitation of mass media to obtain public confidence would be the stepping stones in the piecemeal transformation of the United States into a highly controlled society. There you go. So scientific dictatorship, y'all. Man, no atheists want to prove atheism? Where are all the intelligent, mature atheists? How talking about God leads to, I'm not talking about politics, I'm talking about the scientific dictatorship. Okay, I guess that is politics. You got me. You got me. Well, I have a vendetta against science because everyone's been indoctrinated into science and they blindly follow it. Like, and then we got goofy people. Like, you see this Australian guy, Daniel, who's streaming and telling people there's no evidence for God. The dude doesn't even know what evidence is. The dude can't spell evidence. And I go up there and I try to talk to him and he just like laughs at me like I'm stupid. Like, what the hell? He goes, "Oh, your definition of proof." He tries to tell me proof only applies in math. What a dipshit! Just fucking everything that guy says is just stupid and wrong, and he doesn't care. And then he laughs at me when I try to tell him what's actually the case, and then he laughs at me. Like, where do they grow these people? And they're the bastions of logic and rationality and science, and such a joke, dude. It's literally Idiocracy, dude. Idiocracy is a documentary. Yep, science is possible through God. You're damn right. Yeah, I have all L takes. So, like, the problem is, like, people are so dumb, they can't tell who's an idiot and who's not an idiot. So, a lot of times when we're having these conversations, especially with, like, when I don't think Darth realizes how dumb people are. Like, probably what 80% of the people listening to like me or Darth argue with someone don't even know what the fuck we're talking about, and they're just like judging who's doing well based on like how confident they sound in what they're saying, and they have no idea what we're saying. But they'll determine like who's doing well in the debate, right, based on like confidence or insults and shit. I mean, this is how people think. They're so like degenerate and debased. It's complete idiocracy. That's a good movie, Mike Judge. President Camacho. I mean, what's the difference between President Camacho and President Trump? It's not rage bait. I can prove all this shit. Wouldn't it be rage bait if like I don't have arguments for these things like atheists? Atheism is the rage bait because you guys don't fucking have evidence for shit. Welcome, little pickle.
Thanks, Mars.
What would you like to say?
Atheism is baseless, and I don't think it's baseless or irrational.
Of course it is. It has no foundation and it's not reasonable.
Well, I think the foundation is that there is another explanation other than God that we can't prove.
Okay, but if you can't identify or defend what that explanation is, then that's effectively useless. That's like deism or something.
Well, what if we can? What if we think it's?
You can't.
What? Yes, we can. We can think of something.
Yeah, but you realize like thinking of something isn't proving something.
Well, what did you do with God? You wrote a book about it.
Yeah, but the idea is that God reveals himself. So like knowledge that God tells us is justified because God is the truth in the system.
In the system, maybe, but in the natural way of life, nature is God.
Nature is God. Yeah, but that system is nonsense. That system destroys truth.
Well, it's atheism, and it's true. What's more true than nature?
If all there is was nature, and that would destroy the possibility for truth.
Why is that? When nature is truth.
Because without knowledge that comes from God, we couldn't know anything about reality. So you couldn't even prove like materialism is true without knowledge from God. But then knowledge from God would debunk materialism.
But
There's no way to prove it. It's just a self-defeating position.
we can't prove that our knowledge comes from God, but we can prove that our knowledge comes from nature.
Well, but if knowledge comes from nature, then that destroys the possibility of knowledge. So you have no knowledge.
Why is that?
Because
When there is knowledge.
it's due to the limitations of humans, basically.
What are our limits?
Like we have finite minds, for one.
I don't think all of us do.
You think there's a human with an infinite mind?
Are you talking about imagination that's limitless?
It's not limitless. There's your mind is like a hard drive. You can only put so much information on your mind.
I think we have the potential to be limitless beings.
Well, you can think that, but that's just stupid.
It's not stupid. I think limiting yourself
stupid.
is stupid.
No, the human mind is finite. You can't just say, "Oh, I think it's infinite." Like that's stupid. That's not true.
Do you think that all human minds have the same finite capacity?
No.
So why would you say that somebody could be limited when we have each our own, what do you call that, control over our potentials?
There's a bunch of yap word salad.
I just needed a few seconds to think about the word. But we control our own potential. If you think you're limited, you will be limited.
Modern philosophy and science, they conclude that the ultimate nature of reality is a mystery, that something humans can't fully understand. It's because we're like finite. Okay? Because we can only experience and interpret the world through our senses and minds. And this is a limitation. We can only understand reality in a way that's shaped by how our minds work. And it's not how reality might exist in its true, like, independent form apart from our minds, right? So to have, like, objective knowledge of reality, it needs to come from God. And then that knowledge that comes from God about reality can serve as a foundation or basis upon which we can build and do like science and do philosophy. Without that foundation, you have chaos. There's no ultimate context or ultimate grounding to like science or logic.
So I actually agree with the foundation, but I think the foundation is nature. And I think our individual minds are each individual receivers emitting at a different frequency.
Okay, so you just want to believe things because they're fun to believe and you don't care about proof.
They make sense to me.
Oh, but you can't prove it and it's just nonsense. Like, it's not illogical, was what I mean.
I think it's logical to me. It makes sense. What don't you understand about?
There's no like logic is universal, dipshit. There's no such thing as logical to me. That's stupid.
Well, yeah. What I'm saying is it is logical, and
It's not. What is the proof?
the proof is that the foundation that you're speaking of is nature's force.
So when I ask you to prove your position, I'm not asking you to just tell me your position. I want proof.
Okay. Well, it's what we all can observe and experience, just in different ways, because of our individual receiving capabilities and potential.
Yeah, but observing doesn't mean proving. Even if like, okay, thanks for coming.
I love you.
I wish you well. Oh my God. Welcome, Toast.
Hello? You hear me?
Hello, yeah, I can hear you.
All right. What's up, man? How's your day?
It's going well. How are you?
I'm good. All right. So let's talk. Let's talk for a second, right?
Okay.
Why do you believe in a Christian God?
Because it's objectively proven through the transcendental argument for God.
Right, but modern philosophy. I like that you brought modern philosophy because modern philosophy disproves a Christian God.
Oh, really? What's the argument that disproves the Christian God?
All right. So would you say that a Christian God is all-knowing?
Yeah.
Would you say that a Christian God cares about all humans?
Mm-hmm.
And would you say that a Christian God is everywhere? He knows everything and he can, he's all-knowing.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, those three statements cannot all be true given the statement that unnecessary evil happens on earth.
Yeah, but there's a problem.
Okay.
If God purposes the world that we don't know God, could we know God?
What does that have to do with what I just said?
Everything.
I said a Christian God. I'm not talking about, and I'm not, you were right. Philosophy does not, modern philosophy is undetermined when it comes to whether there is a God or not. But modern philosophy does disprove Christian God.
Incorrect. Okay, so we can only know God through God revealing knowledge to him or to us. You can't reason your way to God, and you can't science your way to God, to claims about God, right? So when you say X is incompatible with God, you would have to appeal to God's revelation to make a claim about God, which would, for one, contradict your position if you don't believe in that God and you're appealing to its revelation.
No, I'm not appealing to any revelation with God.
Then
I'm using simple logic.
You couldn't say anything is incompatible with God because you could only make a claim about God based on what God reveals about himself to you. But that doesn't work.
Right, but any information that God... Let's talk about information that God reveals, so to speak. Would you say that the Bible is information that God reveals to us as humans?
Yes.
Okay. The existence of God is proven. What you're saying is that the existence of God is proven by the Bible. But if God created the Bible, that logic is circular. You're moving in a circle. You see how that doesn't make sense?
Well, any ultimate authority of truth would have to be self-authenticating. So I'm saying that God is...
No, that's not true.
Oh, how do you have an ultimate authority of truth without it being self-authenticating?
Right. So, let's use the United States government as an example. They can't just make a baseless claim without evidence, right? Just because they're the United States government, it doesn't make the information they're releasing true.
That the United States government isn't the ultimate authority of truth.
I'm using it. No, sure, but we're using that as an example. We're using a different example. We're saying if the United States wanted to say, "Hey, this is true," the United States in and itself cannot just say it's true. They need evidence, just like what you're saying needs evidence.
If I say X is the ultimate authority of truth, right? Are you following me? X is the ultimate authority of truth. How would I prove that claim?
You need evidence. That's how you prove anything, evidence.
But ultimately, X determines what is evidence. You see the problem here?
No, that's just untruth. Again, you're moving with circular logic. That's not how you're supposed to be using philosophy.
You don't have any logic. You're goofy. Anyways, you understand ultimate authority of truth. It's the final court over what's true or false. Ultimate authority of truth.
No, I see where you're getting confused.
Okay, I'm not getting confused. You want to use the government as an example. Let's use the court system. Okay, there's a Supreme Court. Okay. Is there an authority above the Supreme Court?
Yes.
Okay, thanks for coming. Oh my God. These people just say anything. Just goofballs. Dude, atheism is so goofy. In the courts, within the court system, the Supreme Court is the highest court. You goofball. So the ultimate authority in the system, the final authority over what's true, if you say that something besides the final authority verifies that that X is the ultimate authority, then that would be inconsistent with X being the ultimate authority, because whatever you're using to verify the ultimate authority would now be the ultimate authority. So there has to be, in any system of truth, there has to be a self-authenticating ultimate authority. Okay? And if you're going to say like, oh, you can't be a Christian because you have a self-authenticating ultimate authority of truth. Well, what ultimate authority of truth are you appealing to that's not self-authenticating to say that my ultimate authority of truth isn't the ultimate authority of truth? It's just goofy. You're just being a goof. What's up, Daniel?
Hey man, not too much. Just noticed that you were live. Wanted to see because you left my live before I was necessarily, over the conversation. I just wanted to see if there's anything else that we could hash out.
It's just like really frustrating because you like making all these wild claims. Like, for one, you talk about like science proving things. Science doesn't even prove anything. And like any basic like science class will tell you that shit.
No, I don't say that. I say that what we can demonstrate.
Yeah, it doesn't demonstrate anything.
Well, it does though.
No, it doesn't.
We use the scientific method to demonstrate what happens when we follow whatever particular methodology we choose. And then we take those results, we take that data, and then we discuss it, we analyze it, and we see what's most likely to be the explanation for the outcome. And then we run the test again. We run it in different ways. We change variables. We run meta-analyses on all of the studies so that we can come to what we feel is the most reasonable outcome.
There's so much opinion. Like the scientific method gives you a data point, yeah, but it doesn't tell you like, should you believe the data point? It can't even tell you that you ought to believe the data point, and it can't tell you how to interpret the data, which is pretty freaking important to have meaning to your data.
That's fine. No scientist is saying that science, as we have it now, is the perfect.
It's all opinion, because they have to use their opinions to tell us what the data means.
That's right. But
it reduces to skepticism. It can't give you any knowledge.
It doesn't reduce to skepticism.
Yes, it does.
Just relax. The people who are trained better than you or I are to interpret the data, they're able to make better sense of it than you or I are. They also will openly just state, like a decent scientist will openly state, well, this doesn't prove anything beyond a shadow of a doubt. This is just what we have found. So what do we think this implies? What does it increase the likelihood of? What does it make seem more reasonable than whatever else we might consider, right? You could run any experiment on any claim you ever like, and the results help you to pursue the truth of that claim. Science is it's not claiming to be able to prove anything definitively. It's just it helps us determine what's more likely to do.
It's all just bullshit. It's like people's opinions and blind faith. Like, to even talk about probability, there's no probability without God. It's just nonsense.
Well, that's just a presupposition that any
Not a
religious
presupposition.
It's an abject presupposition that any religious person from any religious community could claim about any deity. You can just presuppose that Zeus is who throws lightning around. You could just presuppose that Pele is who makes volcanoes erupt.
To talk about probability, look, probability relies on background information. You need a static and a dynamic variable, okay? How would you have a static variable in a world of fucking chaos because there's no God that's ordering the world? Where are you getting a fucking static variable in your godless model of reality?
We just look at reality as far as we can, as best we can, and we see what appears to be.
This is like a 14-year-old response. This is just so immature.
I don't really mind. Personally, I'm somewhat immune to insults. Like, it doesn't really bother me if that's where you've got to
I'm
go.
not insulting you, dude. It's just you're literally giving me. You literally have the mentality, dude. You have the mentality of a child. You're immature. When I was up there talking to you, you're like giggling like a little girl, and you're completely ignorant, and you're making all these wild claims, and then judging Christians, right? We actually have fucking evidence for our position, dipshit. You don't have dick.
So none of that is true. You don't have
Don't come back
particularly
here.
good evidence.
Fuck off. Just go to hell, Daniel. Welcome.
I'm sorry to say, but what they saying is true. I don't know what you talking about or what you getting mad at, but
What are
they
you
saying is
talking about?
actually
That guy's goofy.
no.
Guys
It's like the
goofy.
same thing. We
Well,
don't
you
see
must be
gravity. We make
ignorant
a
too,
word for
man.
it, and then we try to prove it to
Low
make it make sense
information
to us.
people. Okay, so
You
what?
can't see God. You trying to prove God is real. You never seen it. Like, what are you
Well, what?
talking about?
We prove
These are all
electrons. We don't see
claims.
electrons.
These okay, exactly. So what do? We make a word for it and we try to explain it to make it make sense to us. That's exactly how life go. If you don't see it, you try to make it make sense. You don't see air, so we come up with a definition for air to try to make it make sense to humans.
This is so dumb, dude. Okay, what are
It's
you
not
trying to
dumb.
say?
That's how
Yes,
humans work.
this is so low tier and
That's
low.
how humans work. I'm sorry to tell you. Like,
You
we
are
made up
ignorant,
God.
man.
and
Why are
we
you
made
coming
him-
up trying to teach me? You don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
I mean, you're just still using claims. You're not using no evidence.
What the
Just
fuck?
claiming.
I'm making a transcendental proof. You can
No,
look it
it's
up.
not. You're saying science is proving
stop.
God is real, so it
Do
can
you
fit your
reject
perception of
transcendental
how you.
proofs? Do you reject
how you think of
transcendental
religion.
proofs? Do you accept or reject transcendental proofs?
Not. I don't have to say it is God. I can say it's anything.
Answer my fucking question. Do you accept transcendental proofs or not?
Yes,
You do
we
accept
all do.
transcendental proofs.
We all do.
So I make a transcendental argument. Like, if facts, then the Christian God.
You're using it in your perception, like you're trying to put it in your religious viewpoint.
No,
Not
I'm
everybody
not.
think like
What are you talking about?
you're not.
I'm making an argument that God is necessary for facts because facts require things like identity over time, cause and effect,
What's
and the
identity?
uniformity of nature. What?
What's identity? So
Like,
God has to identify himself to us?
A equals A. A does not equal B.
No, does God have to identify himself? We talking about a being that you're talking about. Does he have to identify himself to us?
For us to know him, yeah.
What?
What?
No, you do not have to do that. No, not even me. I don't even have to do that. We make labels for those type of people. So if you don't know something, you make a label
I'm
for
not
it.
talking
and then
about a label. I'm talking about there's entities in the world and they have properties. That's their identities.
identity is something you still create. You create identity.
Entities, properties, identities.
You never met this
Entities,
person. You're creating an identity
properties,
for it, and you never met it.
identities.
That's how that goes.
You know a basketball?
Yes.
Basketballs have certain properties.
Mm-hmm.
Like a football doesn't have the same properties of a basketball. So a basketball is a certain identity. And it shares that identity with other basketballs.
But you've seen a basketball before, right? You
Yeah.
ain't seen God. So why are you
Yeah.
making up an identity for God? Just
Well,
because your book
because
said it.
God is that which limits the basketball's properties so the basketball doesn't become a football. So if it's not God, what's limiting the basketball and preventing it from turning into a football? What does that?
You say if it's not God, what's doing that?
Yeah, what limits the basketball's identity so it doesn't have the identity of a football? What does
Science?
that? Science. Okay, you don't know,
Yes.
right? Because this is the point.
Physics. There's a whole lot of stuff to say. I don't have to say God.
Physics. Well, none of
Like
these
I
are
said,
answers.
God is a
None of
title, and you make labels for it. You never met this being, so why are you
it is
placing
God.
identity onto it?
Because
It's
God
like
is
you playing identity onto me. If I was to pick up a basketball, will you call me a basketball player?
Jesus Christ in history said, "I'm the absolute identity statement that imposes and secures the identity of the basketball." There are basketballs.
Jesus is a human. He's
Jesus
claiming
said,
to be God.
basketballs are a thing because I impose the category basketball upon this entity in the world. That's what Jesus does. What else does that that's not Jesus? Because Jesus said he done did it, and I believe him. You don't believe him. So what else? What's doing that that's not Jesus?
It's not I don't believe him. We don't know him. We never seen him. We never met him. So
Okay,
why
but you're
would I
just
try
not,
to
just answer my
put my
question. You don't know. The answer is you don't know, right? You have no idea why anything
me and you
works.
both don't know. That's it. That's the whole point of this question. Is
No,
to say
I
we
know
don't
because
know.
I accept the claims of Jesus.
You
I
know by
believe
faith.
Jesus.
You don't actually know. You know by faith. Faith meaning you
It's
don't
not
need
faith.
actual
If
proof.
Dude, if God tells me something, I'm
Oh my
justified
God.
in believing it because it comes from the source of truth.
God told you something? What he told you?
He told me that he created the world, so I know that we live in a physical
And
world.
where did you get that from?
The Bible.
So I can just write in a book and say I created the earth, and then I guess so everybody's just gonna believe it, guys. That's how that goes.
Well, I didn't write the Bible. Do you understand that?
I know that, but we wasn't
Yeah.
there.
So
Who's the author of the Bible?
the author of the Bible is God.
Oh my. People who claim to be inspired by it, but
The
you
Bible
never
is the
met this person.
self-attest. The Bible's the
It's a claim, it's
self-attesting
not an
word of
evidence.
God. Why am
It's
I
a claim,
getting
not an evidence.
bullying?
It's a claim, it's still not an evidence. You're claiming these men said this. Do you know these men personally? Like, have you have you touched them? Like, what?
What?
It doesn't go. It doesn't go like that. Like I said, humans. The reason why your God is created is because humans literally made this word up to try to prove something they cannot prove. Just like gravity. If that person wasn't to question gravity, we would never have the word gravity.
The
It's something
Bible
that humans just do as humans. That's just how that goes.
the Bible says it's the self-attesting word of God.
And it's just an ongoing question. Nobody will never know. Literally.
Okay, so
How was it
but
like this?
here's the problem. I'm saying the Bible's the authority. You're saying the Bible's not the authority, right?
Yes, because I don't know. There's certain stuff that I actually like in the Bible that's actually good. I just don't have to call it God.
So what
That's
authority?
just,
What authority are you appealing to say the Bible's not the authority?
I just don't go off claims.
Okay, well, so why would I give up my authoritative word of God for your opinion?
You don't have to. That's the whole. That's the
Okay,
whole
well,
point.
thanks for
Just like
coming.
it's the same thing with you. What?
No, I'm saying the Bible's the authoritative word of God. So it's
And that's good for you. There's some people that don't. What about Islam? There's a lot of people. It's
okay,
claims.
but the problem is if you're going to say the Bible's not the authority, by what authority are you appealing to tell me the Bible's not the authority? Is it just your opinion, or do you have an authority? What's your authority?
So if I was to tell you to point out the good and bad in the Bible, what would be the bad things you would point in the Bible?
Respect my authority. Answer my question. Respect my authority.
I did
The
answer. What you
Bible's
mean?
my authority. What's your authority? Your opinion, right?
My authority is what I accept in my life.
That's just your opinion.
Authorities is something you accept.
Do you understand that your opinion doesn't like counter the authority of the Bible? You get that?
That's not what I'm trying to do here. I
What are
don't
you
care.
trying to
That's
do?
you. If you go by the Bible, that's you. But like I said, what are the good and bad things in the Bible? Tell me the bad things first. Do you?
The good and bad things.
There's bad things in the
The
Bible.
Bible's just about God and his relationship with his people. And then he
No, but what about the people that was getting raped in the Bible? What about the people that was the
What
babies
about
that was getting tossed in the water in the book of Exodus? There's a lot of bad things in the Bible that I don't have to go by, and I can also reject in my life. So that's what I mean by authorities. I don't need to follow off that. There's some things I'm not going to agree with in the Bible, and if your God don't seem to understand that, then that's not a good God.
Yeah, okay, so the message of the Bible is like we should love everyone. Do you agree with that?
Yes, and that's something I
Yeah.
can agree with. I don't need the
We
Bible to.
we should forgive everyone who trespasses against us. Do you agree with that?
You said what?
We should forgive those who trespass against us. Do you agree?
No, if I don't want to forgive somebody, I don't need to.
Okay. Well, good luck with that.
That's something that's taught to
God
you.
says if you don't forgive people, God won't forgive you, and He's going to throw you in a lake. So do you want to go to the lake, or do you want to go to Jesus?
I mean, I don't know that lake, so why would I even care about it?
Okay. Well, I would suggest you get a bunch of aloe vera.
It's like, look, listen. If I was to tell you about a story and that you never been to, you're gonna picture something in your head to try to make it seem, and you never been there. So once you get there, it's gonna look different than what you think is inside your head. You can't think of what you never seen in your life. You cannot.
Okay.
That's just facts. I mean, it's not disproving your God or proving it, but at the same time, I don't go off of claims.
Okay.
People claim to see that person, but you never did, and that's just all it's about.
I'm gonna go with the evidence. I don't know. You want to believe whatever you want to believe.
There's no evidence. It's claims.
Yeah.
People in the Bible claim it, and you never seen it. Those are claims.
That's just you're just making a claim.
What?
What? You just made a claim.
How?
What? How? Yeah. Okay. Thanks for coming.
Same thing. This is.
Yeah, you're welcome to come back in the future and make a bunch of claims.
It's the same thing. Yeah, exactly. We're all making claims. Hey, we don't know. That's the point of this conversation. We don't know.
Sure. I'll keep presenting evidence, and you can come back up and make baseless claims whenever you want in the future. Thanks for coming. Oh my God. So I got a warning. Jesus, there's a ton of people requesting. I should probably just end this so I don't get banned. Welcome.
What? Oh, yeah, no, that guy was saying, like, words that you were not supposed to say on TikTok, yeah.
That guy was?
Yeah, you don't know the rules?
No, I got a warning for, like, harassment and bullying.
Oh, I mean, I didn't hear any, like, bullying, dude.
I know, but TikTok's crazy, so...
Oh, well, no, like, I have an issue, like, I have, like, hella issues with what's going on here. But, on God, yeah, you should not have been reported. I wouldn't say.
Anyways, what would you like to say?
I think this level of grifting is, like, egregiously disgusting.
How am I grifting?
It's incredibly obvious rage bait. And it's pretty gross, dude.
How's it rage bait? Wouldn't it, I have arguments to support all these claims.
Sure, yeah. I'm sure you do, but you know that
it's not rage bait, is it?
It's 100% rage bait, dude.
What? Rage bait implies that there's no substance.
That's not a thing to debate about.
If it's rage bait, there would be no substance.
And then the only thing that you're doing is perpetuating more hate within this environment.
I'm perpetuating hate. I have a message that
why is this a thing to debate about? Why do Christians need to feel persecuted? Why do atheists need to feel like Christians aren't persecuted? It's all horrible. It's just fighting for no reason. And it's stupid.
Well, I'm a Christian.
A CEO got murdered, and everybody loved it.
I didn't. So anyways...
But people need to find more things to unite over instead of arguing about, like, if God exists.
No, unity is bad because if we're all unified, there's no freedom. We need to disagree to have freedom.
That's such an edgy take, dude. I mean, like, yeah, I know, I'm like soft-voiced now.
I'm a Christian apologist, which means I attempt to rationally defend Christianity. Okay, that's what I do.
That's cool.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
Well, then I don't understand. You're like complaining about nothing.
Why are you trying to debate people about whether or not your religion is right?
Because
it's obvious you're gonna say that's not like grifting.
How is that grifting? I never even ask people for money.
Well, no, it's not like money grifting. It's 100% clout grifting, though.
clout grifting. I'm just
Well,
making
if
an
like your
argument.
attention
Look,
starved
dude,
or something, dude.
I
Like, I'm
read
sorry.
books. I read books about presuppositional apologetics, and now I'm on TikTok doing presuppositional apologetics. What
does that mean? I'm sorry. I don't know what that means.
It's just a style of rationally defending the Christian faith. That's all I'm doing.
Well,
And there's
no,
lots of- there's
and
lots
like
of-
you've
look,
honestly been pretty good about you know, defending yourself about not being a grifter. You're a talented person.
Okay, thanks for coming. I don't understand how I'm a grifter. I've never even asked for money. Isn't a grifter someone that lies to get? Oh, because I'm not rage baiting. All these things are true. It's not my fault. People don't know things. Welcome.
Hello?
Tristan. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So your argument is like you were saying that there's an authority that your authority is God in the Bible, but the authority that atheists or non-believers are under is the law. Like there's laws of logic and morality, and they're non-circular laws.
Well,
So how would you not go against for those?
Because the authority would be the human mind, right?
No, the authority are the laws of logic, which are, yeah.
No.
How is it not? You don't need the human mind to assert logic. It exists without it.
Well, for one, you wouldn't be able to ground logic, so you wouldn't be able to talk.
Well, there's no need for it to. It's sufficient in itself. It's a law, just like the law of gravity. Sorry, it's a theory of gravity, but the law of there's laws of the universe.
It's not sufficient in itself. It requires an absolute identity statement.
Well, there doesn't need to be absolute truth. Just like an example is motion. Motion is.
Let me talk.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. There has to have logic. Logic doesn't cause logic to be true. We need something to cause logic to be true. You can't just have logic, poof, logic. You have to. The whole argument is how do we know we can trust our cognitive abilities, our senses? How do we know there's order in the universe, right? God explains everything in the Bible is consistent with observable data. Atheism is inconsistent with observable data.
The problem with presupposing logic as made by God is that if it's made by God, then it can be changed by God, which also means that contradictory things can be made uncontradictory. Yes can mean no, and no can mean yes.
No, logic is a reflection of the mind of God and his immutable nature. So logic is unchanging.
Well, if he created it and he is all powerful, then he can change it.
So he's not all powerful? God is immutable, which means he's unchanging. And logic is a part of his unchanging nature. So he can't just change it. So
if God is unchanging, then does that make him not all powerful? Because if he's unable to change, then he's not all powerful. So it's contradictory again.
It's not contradictory. And for one, even if it was contradictory, why would it be wrong on a godless model of reality to contradict?
The problem with basing your truth.
Hold on, Fred. Hey, stop ignoring me. Why would it be wrong to contradict?
I'm explaining.
Why would it be wrong to contradict on a godless model of reality? Answer that.
Oh, because of the laws of logic. 1 + 1 = 2. That's the law. That's a law of logic.
What is the objective morality that you're going to appeal to say it's wrong to contradict?
Well, there's not need to be any objective truth to. There's two types of truth.
Why are you talking about contradictions?
Because
who cares then? Anything's true in your system.
No,
it doesn't matter.
There are objective and non-objective truths. An example is motion. Motion can be subjective based on where you view it from. But there is also objective truths like 1 + 1 = 2, things like that. So there's two types of truths in the world.
You don't have. You're
supposing.
You couldn't say 1 + 1 = 2 on an atheist model of reality, though.
Why not?
Well, do you think 1 is equal to 2?
No.
Okay, so what would limit the properties of 1 so that the properties of 1 are different than the properties of 2 and make that consistent over time?
The amount.
Okay. That's the type of response I'd expect from a 15-year-old. Are you?
Well, if it's repeatable and observable, then it is. You can claim it as a truth.
If you're gonna think like a child, I'm gonna have to remove you because we're not allowed to have children on TikTok lives.
Okay, well, would you like to debate what I'm saying, or are you just going to go past it?
Okay, so what limits the properties of one so that the properties of one are not two?
Yeah, so if it's observable and repeatable, then that means that we can hold it as a truth, which meaning if something that we have is one and we add it to another thing that is also one and we get two, then it is observable as a singular entity and it is repeatable in its action of adding it to another. So they
Stop.
prove each
Stop.
other.
Are you gonna answer? I'm gonna give you one more chance. What limits the
I just explained it to you. Do you not understand what I'm saying?
Thank you for coming. I wish you
Oh,
well.
look at this. He's literally got cooked and now he's kicking me. Like,
Well,
you can't explain it. You can't debate me on it because you don't know.
You want to
how
answer the question?
I did.
So
you
what-
just are not
What
intelligent enough
limits?
to
What
understand.
limits the properties of one so the properties of one aren't like two or three?
Yeah, it's called the laws of logic, like I've been saying. Logic. You understand what I'm saying?
I'm
In
asking
your
you
model, what limits
I'm
it?
asking you what grounds logic. So what limits one?
It doesn't need a grounding. It is
Thank you for coming.
by itself
Thank
a
you
law.
for coming.
You're
Okay,
so
thanks for
stupid.
coming. I am. Yeah. Exactly.
Oh my God. Guys,
wish you
see, this
well.
is what he's doing. He can't debate me, so he's kicking me.
Exactly. I can't debate you, but you can't answer my question. Makes sense. Welcome, Shadow.
Hi. Are you
Hello.
going to like kick anyone who just gives any sort of argument, or are you going to have an actual debate?
Well, you have to answer my questions. If you ignore my questions, I will kick.
Oh, okay. So you're going to act like a child. Oh, okay. So you're going to act like a child.
Okay. Well, do you want to just?
I'll answer your questions. Give me one.
I'm not acting like a child. I'm acting like an adult. My guests are acting like
Are
children.
you
Yes.
kicking anyone who gives you a decent argument?
Thanks for coming. I wish you well.
See, proves my point.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Exactly. You're a great debater. Welcome.
Yo, what's up, man?
Yo, what's up? I'm just smoking these atheists. What's up?
Good job, man. No, I applaud it. I agree with you. I requested to talk to somebody else that was up here earlier.
Oh, yeah, I do one-on-ones. So, because I
Yeah,
can't be
my
bothered. It's like a preschool if I have like 10 people up here.
Yeah, I get it. If I could say one thing, I would say is like, I don't really know your motive for this, but if you're doing it to bring them to Christ, if that is the case, then I would say be more patient. That's the only thing I would I guess.
Well, I'm
Try
not
to get-
really trying to bring these people to Christ because a lot of them are like, they hate God. And so my main thing is like, I just want to make them aware that they're like biased and that they have like no reason that atheism is true and their position's like emotional. So I think that's like step one, you know? Like it's not like you can just convert people instantly by some words.
Yeah, but just negativity is gonna drive them away. It's gonna make it. They're gonna resort to that comfort zone of bias of not actually looking into these things.
Well, they're negative people, and when you're dealing with negative people, you have to confront them with their negativity. So I have to tell them what they're doing, and what they're doing is negative, unfortunately. Like, I would love to say good things about these people, but I can't because they act like children. They're completely illogical. They're hypocrites, and on and on and on.
Yeah, see, I can see where you're coming from, but also we all like. I'm not trying to preach to you. I'm just responding to what you're saying. It's we all need God's grace equally. You know, they don't need His grace more than we do. We don't need, the blood of Jesus is equally.
I'm openly rebuking. It says open rebuke is better than hidden love in Proverbs. I'm not doing it. I'm just trying to be real with these people.
Yeah, no,
That's it.
I'm not saying do not rebuke, but I'm saying just the tone, which is an opinion thing. I'm not like gonna throw. I'm not trying to preach. Just an opinion thing,
I hear you.
All right, have a good one, man.
All right, thanks. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Well, he respectfully disagreed, so that's fine. Yeah. I'll take what you said into consideration. You were humble and respectful. I appreciate that. I notice those things. If someone's humble and respectful and mature, I notice these things, and I also notice the opposite, guys. And unfortunately, we mostly notice the opposite. Welcome, Peaks.
Thanks. How's it going?
Going well. How are you?
Not bad. Glad to be breathing.
Yeah, hell yeah.
So I just wanted to, I guess, obviously converse with you, and maybe touch on something you said earlier. But atheist is baseless and irrational. Christianity is objectively proven. How is it objectively proven?
With a transcendental argument for God, we can objectively prove Christianity.
Can you give me the transcendental argument real quick?
Sure. It's an argument about models of reality, or they're called like worldviews. And it says that like the Christian model of reality can uniquely and consistently explain observable data. No other model of reality can explain or is consistent with observable data.
And how is the Christian worldview consistently observable with the world data?
Like if there's so the idea is like the story where God creates the world and God like endows the world with order that makes like logic and science possible. That's like necessary. Without that divine foundation of like God putting the order in the world, it'd be like a world of chaos where there'd be no ultimate ground for science or logic.
So how do I like come to determine like that's the truth, that God gave the world logic and order, opposed to, we exist in this world and we came up with a God that, we said, or we want to believe that gave the world logic and order? How do I determine the difference?
Well, I would argue so like the two ways we know things traditionally, we know things through like our human reason, brain gives us knowledge, and our observations of the world give us knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
So logic, sense data, that's traditionally how people think we can know things. But the problem is like skepticism happened like 300 years ago now or something, for 250 years ago. So because of skepticism, we know that due to our human limitations, we don't really have access to reality. We only have this like perception of reality, like kind of like Neo in the Matrix. Like we could be in the Matrix, we don't know. And I'm arguing that due to this like limitation in humans, that we need help, we need a jump start from God to give us knowledge that will serve as like a foundation for us to do science or to do like math and rational proof and stuff. So without God, like if you think of like trying to start your car and your battery's dead, that's like humanity. And we need a jump start from God to give us this like boost so we can make sense of the world. And without that jump start or that boost, you'd be reduced to like essentially global skepticism where you don't know anything.
I'm sorry, I was trying to say, hold on. I missed a little bit of that because I got a phone call. It didn't show that I was getting one, but I don't know. So darn, I really missed a lot of that.
We can just quickly summarize it.
Yeah, sure.
Human reason and logic is not enough, or human reason and observations is not enough to like make science possible. That we need, if you think of like a dead car battery, you need a jump start, right? So to jump start to make science possible, we need this, we call it knowledge from God, like revelation from God. Without God like helping us start the car, we just got a dead battery. Science doesn't get off the ground.
Okay, I'm a little confused because, sure, we existed in the world without science before. Maybe we had premature methods of science or whatnot, but like we live in a world, huh?
Yeah, we had like sort of like primitive science, like it just wasn't organized, but yeah.
Sure. So like we live in a world where there's an exuberant amount of science for like everything we do is, the crops, the technology, the cars, everything. So like I'm just confused why I need or how you come to the claim that like a God, grounds this stuff when to me, I haven't communicated with God ever. I've never seen him, never heard him, never talked to him. I know there's books written about him, but the house, across from my apartment is more tangible and visibly evident, than, in my opinion, God is or ever was. So, like, how are you coming to that claim that God's the one that grounds these things or anything like that?
We just compare models of reality. So if we look at a model of reality with no God, and we go, well, okay, well, what would happen if there's no God? We see that there's nothing that's going to um, impose like order and consistency in the world that would be needed, because scientific experiments, you have to repeat them and get the same data.
Mm-hmm.
And so that requires there to be consistency and order to get repeatable, the same results. And like an atheist model of reality, every time you did an experiment, it'd be a different result, because there'd be no consistency. There'd be nothing imposing the consistency and order that we experience.
Well, that's the claim. You're saying that God is needed, to
Yeah,
maintain
well,
order and consistency.
what would be doing it on the atheist model?
The universe, the laws of nature.
No, but that's not an answer to the question.
How not? The laws of nature don't like provide consistency in the way the world works.
You're doing what Van Til says that the non-believers do, is you're absolutizing a statement of abstraction. So like the universe or the laws of nature, those are abstractions, and abstractions don't cause things. So like a concept can't cause the light switch to flip on. Only a concrete entity can. And that's why we need God as the concrete entity that could like make logic true, cause logic to be true, cause the laws of nature to be true. There's nothing that causes those things to be true in your model. So that means you have no laws. That means you have no science, no laws of nature. You have no logic, no laws of logic, laws of thought. So you don't have philosophy and you don't have science without God. This is a devastating argument, and these popular atheist influencers are ignoring it, and they're laughing at me. This Daniel guy is just laughing at me when I prove this to him, right? They're not open-minded. They're dogmatically militant atheists who will ignore any evidence that goes against what they want to be true. They're just completely emotional people. And they're not telling you this. The atheist influencers are setting their fans up for failure when they try to defend their position. They can't.
Sure. May that be. So you mentioned something earlier about, like the Bible having authority. Is that what you said? I want to.
Yeah, I take the Bible as the authority in my system of truth.
Okay. Now, what if other people don't?
Then that would entail a contradiction.
How so?
Because the Bible is necessary to make sense. It's called a transcendental necessity, which means it's necessary to make sense of our experience. So you're denying something foundationally that would be necessary to make sense of, understand your experience. Yet you do understand your experience. So that's a contradiction.
Gotcha. So all of the humans that existed before the Bible was created, do they understand their existence?
Yeah, because before the Bible was created, the claims in it were true. I'm arguing that the claims are true.
Gotcha. So we don't need the Bible to understand existence. That's one. And then two, you said, no.
No, we need the claims of the Bible to be true to understand existence.
And who's to say we didn't just discover those claims and put them in a book instead of the other way around, where it was, God who created those, whatever you want to call them, and they were given to us.
Now, the problem you're going to have here, the book says it's the self-attesting word of God. That means the book is authoritative, and I take the book as the authority. You're saying like what? The book's not the authority?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay, so what authority are you appealing to when you say my authority isn't an authority? What are you using in place of the Bible as the authority?
Reason, logic,
Like you're human. It's basically your opinion.
My opinion on the world?
Well, because when you talk about reason and logic, you don't believe in God. So reason and logic would be ultimately just based on what humans think reason and logic is.
Well, I would say it's because reason and logic, the laws of logic, and I don't know too much about them and all that kind of stuff, so I'm not going to go into it. But like they consistently work. The science that we do consistently works. The fact that it consistently works I would say is the authority. If things were chaotic, yeah, then I wouldn't say we have any authority to ground our reason or logic in. But because they consistently work without, fail, there it
Yeah, but
is.
that's not justification. Just because something works is not a justification. Like we had a working model of geocentrism and it works, but geocentrism is false. So just because something works doesn't mean it's true.
That's true. And then we came to discover through science that geocentrism was false.
We have a better working model, but we don't say it's true because it works. That's not how we justify things. So
Sure. Go ahead.
So whenever you're gonna like say, "Oh, the Bible's not the authority," you're just gonna be basing that off like ultimately what a human mind has determined like what's true or false, and so that's just gonna be your opinion.
Explain what it means to be the authority again. The Bible to be the authority.
So like in a system of truth, you need an ultimate authority that determines what's true or not true. And I'm
So the
saying,
Bible. Sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, the Bible. I'm just saying the Bible's the ultimate authority in my system. I'm arguing only my system works. Your system is nonsense.
So the Bible determines the ultimate sense of truth.
Yeah. Ultimately, what is true or false is determined by God, right? That makes sense because God's created everything. He is the truth. He determines what's true or false.
Well, what true or false thing did he provide to us? Outside of the
Mm.
Bible, like there's many things we've discovered to be true that God has never given us. Like I said, science. We've
Yeah.
discovered all these laws of science on our own. God didn't provide any of them to us in the Bible. It would actually be a great thing if he did. If he gave us like, the laws of gravity or whatnot in the Bible, that would make your claim a little bit more believable. But it's just like poetic words given in the past. I don't know how that is a
Well, I'm
ultimate truth.
I'm thankful he didn't give us science because look what humans are using science for. We're using science to oppress and persecute and enslave humans. So science is not a good thing. It's a plague upon the world. And thank God he didn't reveal science to us. But he did give us the ability to reason and he did give us functional sense data so that we can do science. So without God, we couldn't even do science.
Interesting. I still don't see how how that follows. Without God, we can't do science. I don't observe a God. God hasn't contacted me. I don't know his phone number. So I don't know how you get without God, we can't do science when that's what it seems like we've been doing this whole time.
Well, you wouldn't even.
How do I, how,
There's so many reasons why.
how do I, how do I get in touch with God? What's his email? How can I get in contact with him?
He has revealed himself. We have the prophets, Abraham, Moses, Jesus. We have
I don't even know if any of those people existed. I'm not saying they didn't, but I don't know anything about them. That was 2000 plus years old. Like I
You
said, I'm
can
not saying
read
they didn't
about
exist, but
them.
I don't know anything about them. How do I get in contact with him today, now?
You can read the Bible.
Written by people 2000 years ago.
You
Now, how do I get in
can.
contact with him now?
I don't know what you mean get in contact with him. He's revealed himself to you, like he's made himself obvious to you.
Where? How?
Like you're talking to me, right?
Yes.
So there has to
Wait,
be.
wait. You're saying because I'm talking to you that's proof of God?
Yeah.
What if I just said because I'm talking to you is proof of uh Zablanker?
Okay, but
Why isn't
you
that true compared to
understand
what you
that you
said?
can't. Yeah, but I can defend my claim, right? I'm not just going to say it. So talking to me proves God because in order to talk to me, nature has to be uniform. There has to be uniformity of nature, and only God's revelation can epistemically justify and account for the uniformity of nature. So since the uniformity of nature must be true for you to talk, and since only God's revelation can account for the uniformity of nature, then yes, God is necessary for you to even talk to me. So in all your attempts to say I'm wrong, all you do is prove God.
What if Zablanker revealed to me that your God is false?
What if I
Ha- ha-
bye
were you,
bye Zablanker? Oh, actually, I almost. I'm kind of nervous today, Darth, because I got a warning earlier already.
All right.
There's a guy named Daniel. Daniel was a streamer. Have you seen his stream, Daniel?
What's his name?
It's like Daniel, and then he spaces out the letters, and I think he's Australian, but I could be wrong. I'm not looking at. He's got sort of an Australian-ish accent.
Okay. Is he very cordial?
I mean, he's immature, but he's not like rude.
Okay. All right. So I'm probably thinking of something else. Notice that all the standards that the previous atheist was bringing up, he was violating. So he said, how is God tangible? So how is the something else that actualizes and secures laws of nature tangible? Can he contact the something else that secures and actualizes laws of nature? Can he email them? You see, the very standards that he puts up for God, he instantly violates when he's operating from his position.
That's true. Good observation there.
Always keep on mind, we're pushing the antithesis. When they reject that God is and that he's revealed himself in creation and propositionally through the prophets in the scriptures, right? And they're rejecting the putative revelation of God's composite attribute set. They're operating from an alternative worldview, which of course you know. So they're operating that something else actualizes the world, something else secures unity and diversity in the world. As you mentioned, always try to mix talking about the uniformity of nature with the phrase unity and diversity. Okay.
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking that I think that stuff, like, they just totally don't understand unity and diversity at all. Like, that's
you have to present it, because that's one of the fundamental parameters of existence without which they couldn't speak. So in order to say the cat is not the dog, or in order to say that Tab Mitchell is vastly more handsome than I am, okay, you have to have unity and diversity.
But I noticed Bonson would always he would go to like induction. He would appeal to induction, like the uniformity of nature, because I think that's just easier for like people who aren't philosophically minded. Like, you can understand that we need uniformity of nature to even speak, right?
I know that, but the point is, I like to emphasize unity and diversity, right? Because unity and diversity is pervasive through everything. So they talk about laws of nature. They're thinking of laws of nature as a ultimate foundation for everything else. But laws of nature are just simply a statement of unity.
Speaking of unity, I'm sitting here like, why is it so freaking hot? And I get up and I left my stove like on high because I made tea. that explains it. And anyways, but yeah, I just think I agree with you. But I feel
so for example, so real quick, so when I asked Graham Oppie, the very smart atheist, what is it that institutes and secures the unity that represents naturalism? He said, I see books on my shelf. He was begging the question.
Yeah, I noticed you brought that up with I think it was cool guy Jeff when he was like trying to argue for naturalism, and you asked him, what is the...
Well, naturalism is a term of unity.
Right.
It's a conceptual unity, a set of a world that is replete with unity and diversity, different levels and categories, right? And so when they invoke laws of nature, we have to make it clear to them that they're just invoking a state of unity, a sub-state of unity that then accounts for other states of unity. We're asking, what is it that actualizes all states of unity?
Okay,
so like when Lawrence Krauss showed a picture of a Christmas tree ornament, and he said, this is a very beautiful Christmas tree ornament. And of course, people will say it's designed. He goes, but it's not designed. And because he zooms out and he says, this is an ice crystal, not a Christmas tree ornament. He goes, it wasn't design, it's the product of the laws of nature. But he's begging the question implicitly that laws of nature simply exist without reference to the necessity of God. He's smuggling in his atheism.
He's kicking the can down the road.
Exactly. So the previous guest, when he kept on saying the laws of nature, he's just giving the same answer that Graham Oppy gave. I see books on my shelf. There are these subcategories of unity that account for higher levels of unity. So all he's just simply saying is unity dictates unity.
Yeah,
Right?
I mean, I agree with you. I just think like that's gonna go over probably like 80% of the audience's head. Like they don't even know what you're saying.
But you see, but how are you going to answer him when it comes to laws of nature? Because what are laws of nature? You see, you are correct when you quoted Van Til. You said they're absolutizing statements of abstraction. So laws of nature are simply abstract statements attempting to represent individual concrete states. Okay? So he's invoking unity. So we have to make them cognizant as to what they're thinking of. So he's invoking a fundamental state of unity, right? But that fundamental state of unity is a set. It's not one concrete thing, right? So I like qualifying their position as when they reject that God is and that he's revealed himself, they're operating in principle that something else replaces God. Well, what's this something else? Well, if they say laws of nature, say, okay, are laws of nature absolute? Are they eternal? Are they without beginning? And by the way, they're also a set. So each member of the set, are they absolute, eternal, and without beginning?
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, they're obviously not eternal because they will even admit that during the Big Bang, the laws of nature were different.
Well, even Stephen Hawking says at the Big Bang, the laws of nature break down. Okay, so they're going to have to come up with some other precursor or fundamental law that then actualizes more laws.
What was it? Absolute, eternal. Was there another property you mentioned there?
Absolute, eternal, without beginning.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Invariant.
Okay. Yeah.
And this is what you mean by pushing antithesis?
Well, yeah, sometimes I'll bring up that to ground logic, because logic is universal, unchanging, and immaterial. We need a universal, unchanging, immaterial.
Yeah, we have to constantly push the antithesis, and I agree with you that they're not going to get some of this, but we have to work at communicating so that they can grasp at their childlike level.
I just feel like, yeah, at their level, like they can sort of understand that God orders the world, and without God, like how would they explain? I think that's like easy for them to understand.
Just say So, but you see, it's very important.
Or like pattern, like because when you say unity, they don't really know. You're saying you're referring to basically
I agree
patterns.
with you.
Yeah,
I agree with you, but it's important to get them to understand this. It's not complicated. A dog is not a cat. The dog represents a unified state that is discrete from the cat. Unity and diversity. There are dogs in the world. That's a class of unity versus cats. Okay, so there's unity and diversity. When you talk about the uniformity of nature, all right, the uniformity of nature entails the concept of unity and diversity, because if it didn't, the uniformity of nature, nothing would change. Okay, everything would be just static. So we have to communicate to them the notion of unity and diversity. Okay. So we and unity represents identity states. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to account for a set of identity states, right? without reference to the ultimate identity state, God, who actualizes all contingent identity states. So their attitude is, well, there's just this fundamental set of identity states that provides for the world.
I think the way I try to dumb that down to them is I'll say, like, look, you have this like object, like anything, like a banana. So what limits the banana so that it's a banana? That's kind of what you're saying, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can use that illustration, but it's critically important, right? Because look, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Contained within that statement is the metaphysic. There's an absolute state of unity that exists, God. From this absolute eternal state of unity, God actualizes all the subsequent states of unity and diversity according to his plan. So we have unity and diversity. Unity and diversity is fundamental to all thinking. You couldn't speak intelligibly about anything were it not inherently invoking unity and diversity. So if I say to you, my cat is next to my dog, it wouldn't mean anything without it conveying unity and diversity.
Gotcha. All right, we'll start adding people. Yeah, we gotta be on our best behavior.
Well, I'm sorry for teasing Tab about his immensely good looks. It's just that I'm jealous.
You're a handsome guy too, sorry.
I know, but nowhere near as handsome as you.
Oh my god. Welcome, TJ.
How are you doing today?
Well, what would you like to say?
Well, I've been listening for a while. Just I had a couple of curious questions. There's a lot of conversations because I've been listening for a while, so I've had to kind of sift through all of it. I guess I could start with, what's your definition of atheism?
Somebody who denies the existence of God, either directly or indirectly.
So my definition of atheism, at least what I've been told because I was labeled it, was that I'm just not convinced.
Oh no, you weren't told that. You picked that up from watching atheist YouTube videos, and it's May I finish, please? Okay.
Yes.
So telling me that you're not convinced is, number one, it's not informative. Number two, it's not an accurate representation of what your real position is. Okay. So for example, every person who outright denies the existence of God, along with those who claim to suspend judgment about God, who claim they don't deny God, are they both unconvinced?
Well, I guess I could put it this way.
Answer the question.
You're going to have to ask it again.
Yeah, you need to answer the question, because I don't put up with cheating in a conversation. Is the person who outright denies God and the person who claims to suspend judgment, are they both unconvinced of God's existence?
Oh, maybe I'm stupid. I don't get what you're asking, put it that way.
Does the self-identifying atheist who denies the existence of God, are they unconvinced of God's existence?
Well, like I was trying to tell you,
this isn't rocket surgery, my friend. Playing dumb doesn't work with me.
We're gonna move on.
Self-identified.
You've obviously been hurt by too many people.
If you're going to be disrupted, you're going to be removed.
Like we can't. Let's like chill on the insults. But yeah, that guy was being
okay. So what we just saw there was one of the tactics that they pull out of the American Atheist Canvas tote bag. That is to go into verbal evasiveness and verbal disruptiveness because he's uncomfortable in answering the question. He's defining atheism in a way where he smuggles in atheism, but it's a non-informative definition.
Yeah,
okay.
We asked him the question like 3 times, and it was very clear what the question was. He was being goofy by not answering. Welcome, Destina.
Hi.
What would you like to say? I can barely hear you. Hello?
Is this any better?
Yeah, that's better.
So I just basically want to go through the points.
Yeah, your microphone is crap.
Yeah, it keeps going out.
Okay, I'm afraid there's not a whole lot I can do about that at the moment.
Okay. Well, maybe another time you can come up here. You're welcome. But it's just like too hard to hear.
Okay, so when they say, "Oh, I'm just unconvinced," they're trying to represent their God denialism as merely a state of incredulity, but that's not what their position is. They know it's not their position, but they're trying to characterize their position as a state of incredulity, and so smuggle in that their position is the default, and that it constitutes, I just don't have a reason to believe your novel introduction. Okay.
Even if that were true, they would need to have an argument as to why it's the default. Welcome, Julius. What would you like to say?
What's up, Resup? Nah, not much. I've been listening to some of the garbage that these atheist people bring up in their debates and arguments, and I'm with you 100%, man. I just, you surprise me the way you express yourself, and I like it. Don't think that I don't. It gets to the point where I know that the desire or the wish for everyone to try to get what you get, what I get, is there. But at some point, they're not going to get it. And at the end of the day, they become.
Oh, no, they get it. Let me respectfully disagree. They get it.
No,
They
you're
just
right.
don't.
They do get it, but they don't want to accept it.
That's right.
They don't want to accept it, and they want to stay in that zone where you're not going to get them out of it, and they come up with stupid, idiotic ideas or arguments that are just plain stupid.
What you should say is they just invoke empty slogans and cliches that don't hold up.
Well, exactly. Nothing that's informative or reliable. Right now, Precept was being questioned as far they were discussing identity, and when you go back to the origins of everything, it's laid out. That's why we believe it's the maximum authority, because the order of things, how they were created, it is written. Now you read it, either you understand it, but you don't want to accept it. Okay, we get it. But it gets to the point, and we live in a society today where, you hear all this bullshit being talked about, atheism and all this and all that, and one grows tired of it, and the thing is, it's like, it's going to be endless, and it gets to the point where, you get tired of hearing it. When Goliath was talking all his mad shit about, this God and all that, David didn't stop and say, hey, listen, dude, let me explain to you, let me debate with you. No, he told them what was going to happen and how it was going to go down.
That's
So we need more.
in our apologetic, a stone to their forehead.
Exactly. And here's the thing, bro. We need more David attitudes out there. There's too many freaking Goliaths out there.
Yeah.
We need sometimes you need to slap some heads around, and that's the bottom line.
Well, when we deliver the biblical revelation, the biblical presuppositional apologetic, and it's a metaphysical stone in their forehead, their fellow atheists come around and saying, "What are you talking about? He killed them with a stone. He died of natural causes."
Right, of course. They'll scientifically come up with something that, he had an underlying condition that...
He didn't die because the stone hit him in the forehead. He died simultaneously of something else. It just was a coincidence that the stone hit him in the head at the same moment that he died.
Precisely. This dumbass Peaks right now that was up here talking about, give me God's digits. You're never going to get God's digits, you freaking moron.
Well, Ash, why don't you come up here?
All right, Julius, thanks for coming up, man. I appreciate you.
Sputnik, welcome. Do you accept God as your creator?
No, and I thought this was a debate, not a sermon. Sorry about that. Is this a debate or a sermon?
A debate.
Okay, then I do not accept God as my creator, and I'm here to debate that.
Good. Can you explain that?
Yes.
Can you get closer to your microphone, please?
Sorry, is that better?
A little.
Okay. Here, look, I can fix it. Give me a second.
Go ahead. Please explain to me why it's rational to deny the existence of God.
He's working on his mic.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. So, First of all, the concept of God requires faith, and I'm assuming that you both have faith, yes?
Please don't go with this old atheist canard. Faith is just a term for belief, trust,
No,
or
not at all.
may I,
Not
may
at
I,
all. That is
sir,
not the
please do not
methodology.
interrupt me. Please don't interrupt
You
me.
interrupted me.
I know, because I'm interrupting you because it's a canard. What you're doing is you're smuggling in a proprietary definition of faith. Faith is belief and trust and confidence in a proposition with or without warrant. Okay?
That's not where I was going with that, so
Do you have have you ever gone to a doctor?
yes.
Okay, did you have confidence in his ability to diagnose your condition?
No. I require proof
You did.
for everything
Hold
that I
on
hear
a
before I
second.
check
Hold on.
myself.
You didn't have confidence that his medical training could figure out what was wrong with you. Then why did you go to him?
Because they have the know-how to give me ideas of what to look for.
Okay, so you have trust that he knows how to diagnose your problem.
I trust that he can put me in the general area.
Right.
Yeah.
Trust is a form of faith.
Well, no, because faith didn't.
Yeah, dude, I'm not putting up with this stupid argument about your proprietary definition of faith. Faith is belief, trust, and confidence in a proposition with or without warrant. Okay, that's the definition of faith.
Warrant. It's the without warrant that I have an issue with.
And that's your claim. You'll have to justify that. But you see, your position isn't simply that our reasoning is incorrect. Your position is that the conclusion of our reasoning is false, that God does not exist. So explain to us how God does not exist, not just simply how our reasoning is flawed.
Are you going to let me, or are you going to, tell my
Please
definition?
explain to me why God does not exist.
I'm capable of speaking for myself.
Please explain to us why God does not exist. If you don't get to the point, we're going to move on to somebody else.
Oh, so it's not a debate; it's a sermon, and you're just going to
Okay, goodbye, sir. Okay, bye. Okay, how many times did I beg him to get to the point?
I didn't have much faith he was going to get to the point.
Yeah, I didn't have much faith in him. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
just not going
tell
to
me.
tolerate this.
Who's
This
the God?
atheist
Is
canard.
it Jesus or Allah?
Hold on a second. I'm not going to tolerate this canard where they come in and they smuggle in a proprietary definition of faith and then use that as a club. And by the way, even if they're correct in their proprietary definition, their non-standard definition, this still doesn't give an account of their position that there is no God.
You know what I do with that? I go, did the disciples have faith? And then they go, yeah. And I go, did the disciples have direct evidence that Jesus was God? They're like, yeah. It's like, there you go.
Good point. Excellent point.
All right, Kimoy, what would you like to say?
Yeah, and who's the real God? Is it Allah or Jesus? If there's someone out there, there should only be one testament.
It's Jesus.
And how can you be sure?
How? Because his self-testimony, when looked upon, is self-authenticating and self-attesting, that it represents a model of reality which is grounded in the attribute set of God, whose property set is indispensable and exclusive. In other words, you have
That's
no
the
other.
same as Allah. Have you read
Hold on
Quran?
a second. Hold on a second. Are you a Muslim?
No. I'm
So
a Christian before.
Why are you?
I'm a Christian before.
Dude,
Became an
dude,
atheist.
we're not going to do bickering here. Okay. You
I'm
need
a
to
Christian
slow
all my
down.
life before.
Okay, sir, listen to me. Why are you invoking a worldview that you consider to be false?
What do you mean? The Quran is false. Is that what you mean?
You cannot possibly be this of low information.
No,
Do you
I'm
accept
thinking.
Islam? Okay, sir, I'm about to kick you because you're bickering with me right now rather than
No, sorry.
disagreeing. Okay?
No.
Now, you are invoking as an alternative model of reality Islam, but you consider Islam to be false, don't you?
No, I respect every
accept
religion,
Islam
but
as
I don't
true?
believe who's there
Do
out
you
there.
accept Islam as true?
Possible.
No, okay, no, there's no possibility here because
Now-
you're operating from a different worldview from Islam, aren't you?
Wait, Wait, Jesus
Have a nice day.
Christ is
Okay, all right. Have
incorruptible.
a nice day. We're gonna end this right now. When you're that low information, or you're recovering from the flu, and you can't think clearly, there's no point in going on. Okay, right. That's one thing I don't want to do. When people are recovering from the flu and are not clear minded and can't think straight, there's no point in continuing.
You might be working with the Chi-Coms.
Yeah, isn't it amazing when you ask people direct questions how they just don't get it? They're so evasive. So I can only assume that it's not because they're of low intelligence. It's they must be recovering from the flu. Okay,
Well,
the bottom line is he is not a Muslim. Okay, he does not accept the Islamic world as true. So therefore, whatever worldview that he's operating from is a contradiction and a denial of the Islamic worldview. So why is he invoking as an alternative to the Christian worldview a worldview that he considers to be false? Okay, that's called a worldview body double.
Well, we're dealing with people who've completely abandoned like evidence-based reasoning, and they just believe whatever they want to be true.
No, they're not. They're not. What is it? How do you say it? Nuh-uh. Others. Okay, that's all they can do. It's just,
dismissal.
well, what about this? 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 And they don't take a stand for anything. Well, it could be this. It could be that. It could be this. It could be that.
Well, they're like chameleons in a debate. They have all positions.
Yeah, they're not opposing the Christian worldview with their own worldview. Welcome, Kazoo. Welcome to Dum Dum Land.
Hey, hello, Dum Dum. Hey, I got a very important question for you and Precept. Where do I find you two after TikTok goes blank?
Well, I have a YouTube on P Mars versus Atheism is my YouTube, so you could always like find me there.
Oh, cool. And what about you, Darth?
On Discord on the politics server in the Atheist Helpline channel.
Is that politics and religion? Is that
No. The politics and religion is a cesspool. Okay. So.
Okay.
So it's just politics. But I may temporarily stream from what is called Lemon 8, which is a sister streaming thing by ByteDance to TikTok, but that's going to get the kibosh too eventually.
Someone mentioned in a live that Lemon 8 does not do streaming.
It doesn't.
That's what they said. I was down in the comment section, and they that's what now.
Yeah, I don't see it either. It just seems to be like a posting place.
Hey Tab, how you doing, sir?
Look, you'll find this event. Just like go onto Discord, and it'll either be YouTube or we could start streaming on Twitter X.
But I'm not here in Clubhouse.
I might go there, but we're not going to have as wide an audience over there.
I'd like to stream on Twitter. That would be good because we can say whatever we want there.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I got you. Well, thank you.
You gotta love Elon Musk. He says if it's legal, then you can say it.
I got you.
And by the way, if we start streaming on Twitter, we're really going to inflame the hemorrhoidal pain upon those who oppose the Christian worldview.
Touches myself. I had to put that one in there. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
The problem with Twitter is like I don't have any followers, so I don't know. Like if people, when I go live, I don't think people see it. I think we talked to this guy, TJ.
Yeah.
Well, we'll give him another chance. So
I would love another chance because I need to ask you to ask me what you asked before again, because
we want you to explain why the not God world is true.
That's not what you asked me last time.
Last time we asked him, was it like, what's the difference? So if you say I lack belief in God is the same as like an
Oh,
atheist.
yeah,
It's the
yeah.
same as an agnostic.
Saying you're unconvinced is not informative. Okay.
That's exactly what it means. It's the same way as I'm not convinced
Okay,
the law
I'm not. I'm
exists.
still not
Not
getting through to you.
convinced
I'm still
Bigfoot
not getting
exists.
through to you. I'm
I know.
still
That's
not
why I'm
getting
asking.
through
I
to you.
don't.
I'm still not getting through to you. Okay. So every person who denies the existence of God is unconvinced. Those who claim they don't deny God, but they don't affirm God, also claim they're unconvinced. So telling me you're unconvinced doesn't tell me whether you're claiming that in actuality you're denying God, but you're representing it as being unconvinced,
If I don't,
or you're claiming I'm still talking. I'm a little bit more educated on the topic than you are. Now, telling me that you're unconvinced is not informative. Do you deny the existence of God? Yes or no?
yes,
Okay, explain to me why there's no God.
I don't. I guess I don't know how to explain it. Because
Well, then yeah.
let's go with your projection and assumptions on me. Let's go deconstruct me here a little bit. Because my first, I'm still
projections.
talking, but my first thing to go to is obviously if something in the world doesn't make sense, right? And there isn't any information to process on it, or that there's multiple forms of that same information to process. Like if I was born tomorrow, if I got born right now today, could understand people, and someone tells me Allah is real, and someone tells me the Christian God is real, and someone tells me that Buddha is real, I'm listening to all these stories come at me.
You're what you're doing here. Okay,
I'm not.
going to
Okay,
stop
you're
you.
gonna
I'm
zoom
going
again.
to stop you as a moderator because what you're just doing right now is you're repeating this state of, oh, gee, there's all these different views.
Yes. Why is that not relevant?
Okay, because look, like what I said before, I'll say it again. You're not focusing. You're not understanding the picture here. Okay.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get to.
Sir,
What am I not focusing on?
while I'm talking, listen to me. If I hear your voice while I'm talking one more time, I will remove you. Now, again, what you're doing is you're falling back onto the incredulity mode. Okay. So what he was doing is, notice he was asked multiple times to explain why there is no God. He was not explaining why and how there is no God. He was just saying, oh, well, there's a confusion and a multiplicity of views out there. Who can decide? That's not answering the question how there is no God. When I asked him this time around, do you deny God? He said, yes. But then when he continued to talk, all he's talking about is there's a confusion of views out there. How does it follow from that there's a confusion of views that God does not exist? See how they do the bait and switch?
Yeah, that was. Yeah, he wasn't. He was just like. There's no point in talking about like, oh, there's the Buddha God. There's
Whenever you pose a question to your interlocutor, make sure the question is clear in your mind and it's clear in their mind and it's succinct and it's narrowly framed. And then as soon as you get done asking the clear, narrowly framed question, the moment you shut your mouth and they start talking, every moment ask yourself the question, are they answering my question or are they pretending to answer the question?
They must not be used to answering questions because they think that they're in a position where all they can do is just ask questions and they don't have to answer any questions.
Well, telling me that there's a multiplicity of views out there is not an answer to the question of how he determined God does not exist.
Right. It's just to create constant doubt.
Yeah.
And like never answer the subject and be evasive.
He's just kind of restating his claim in another way.
Yeah. See, notice how he started off initially the first time and he said he's unconvinced. But the second time around, he categorically admitted that he's denying God. So he's trying to represent his God denialism under the rubric of, golly shucks, I'm just unconvinced. To say that you're unconvinced is try to typically to obscure the fact that you're denying God because you can't falsify God. If he felt that he had the wherewithal to falsify God's existence, he would do so. He wouldn't go, I'm unconvinced. Okay?
All right, well, I believe in God, but I have a question for you guys. Are you the type to believe in God? Like, are you like the 6,000 years type of people, or do you believe that evolution
Yes.
happened?
No. We oppose, well, I oppose evolution, that it's false.
So you're telling me you completely disregard the fossil record that goes back 66 million years, and that there are over thousands and thousands of evidence for? You're telling me that you completely deny Darwin's theory.
Okay. So the fossil record, okay, exemplifies stasis and not transition. Dr. Eugene
It doesn't exemplify stasis because it is a calcification of bone. It isn't the creature. It isn't the creature transforming into stone. It is its cells over time via osmosis turning into calcium.
I know all this. I know all this. I was studying it before you were born. Okay. Stephen Jay Gould was one of the preeminent evolutionary paleontologists in the world. Have you ever heard of him?
Nope.
Okay, so Stephen Jay Gould is a King Kong among evolutionary paleontologists. He died in the early 2000s. Okay, he came up with a sub-evolutionary theory that a lot of evolutionists believe in. It's called punctuated equilibrium. Punctuated equilibrium is evolution happens so rapidly it does not leave behind telltale fossilized remains. Okay. Stephen Jay Gould, as well as other top paleontologists, all know the fact that the fossil record is devoid of numerous intermediary species. The creatures that appear in the fossil record only represent what would be the tips and nodes of the phylogenetic tree. So the fossil record, and this is, I'm going to give you an absolute fact of paleontology. The fossil record as a whole does not exemplify transition. It exemplifies what is called stasis. Okay? The creatures that appear in the fossil record from an evolutionary perspective, they appear abruptly and they disappear abruptly without vast, numerous intermediary species. That's a fact of paleontology.
It is a fact of paleontology, whereas you were correct.
You've now contradicted yourself.
The reason
You've now contradicted yourself.
How so?
Because you just said a minute ago that the fossil record does not exemplify stasis.
It exemplifies the fact that there are multiple missing species.
Stop trying to bluff your way through this. I am much more educated on the facts.
And this is where you come off wrong, because I came here as a believer.
Again, and I'm going to kick you.
Okay, I'm trying to state calmly as a point.
Goodbye. You're done. Okay. See, this is the bull in the china shop syndrome. Right? He doesn't know what he's talking about when it comes to paleontology. Okay. Stephen Jay Gould wrote, who was a preeminent paleontologist in the world. He wrote that the trade secret of paleontologists is that there aren't transitional forms, meaning in the aggregate, in the composite realm of fossils, the fossils appear abruptly, they disappear abruptly without vastly numerous transitional forms. So the fossil record is not an exemplification of Darwinian gradualism. Okay? So to sit there and say that the fossil record is a profoundly powerful evidence of a Darwinian gradualistic evolution is categorically false. But you see, people who are uneducated upon this truth within paleontology, they think that the fossilized remains is a powerful testimony of evolution.
It's because nobody digs deeper. Thank you.
Yep. Welcome, War Party.
Oh, hello, Darth.
What would you like to say?
Honestly, I just came up to...
Welcome up here. You're blocked. Bye.
Hi, Soulfist.
Boy, Soulfist.
Well, if you had look, if you conduct yourself like a dignified human being and respectfully disagree with me, rather than coming into my streams and slandering, defaming, and overtly trying to antagonize me in the chat, then you wouldn't get your account blocked.
That last guest was a soy fist.
Yeah. Look, they have no one. They want to sit there and act like completely undisciplined, unruly, snot-nosed, arrogant teenagers, and then they want me to forget about that. Welcome, James.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, I just got on to say that I kind of agree with the prompt about the transcendental argument. I remember hearing about this argument from the one I heard it from was Jay Dyer, and the way he presents it's pretty good. So I see a lot of people in the chat kind of like not really grasping the argument that, well, how does this argument prove you're God? Well, I think the answer to that is the absurdity of your worldview. So it's kind of like a reductio ad absurdum to their world. They don't seem to grasp that.
Let me just make a comment about Daniel with the spaces here. There's no power tripping here. Okay? Right? I have the permission of Precept Mars, because he gives me mods, okay, to exercise discretion in whom I remove. Okay? If for any reason he didn't like my disciplinary measures, he would speak to me privately, right, and just saying, cool it on how you remove people, but he hasn't. If he says that today or tomorrow, I'm more than happy to acquiesce to his standards on his stream. But I'm not having adult standards for conduct for people who come on the stage is not power tripping. Okay. Hey, Daniel, saying that I'm power tripping is like calling Donald Trump an Nazi. Okay, it's just it's just a baseless accusation. When these people act completely unruly, and I give them multiple warnings that I am upset with their bad behavior, and then I finally remove them because they will not stop with their obnoxious behavior, and you want to call that power tripping, then so be it. Okay.
I went on his panel. This Daniel guy, he's one of these non-believers. He goes live and he tells everyone there's no evidence for God, and like all the evidence supports atheism or whatever. And you go on there and try to the guy is so low information. Like he doesn't even know what proof or evidence is. Like the guy is just goofy. And he stole my Matrix argument, which I'm mad about. I was watching. He tells his guests you can take the blue pill and believe your Christian fantasy.
Yeah, this is people who have a teenage level intellect.
He stole my argument because I do this thing where I go, you can take the blue pill, go to sleep, wake up tomorrow in your atheist fantasy, or you can take the red pill, the Bible. He just he took that thing and he reversed it. And he goes,
well, that's what they do. Okay.
He's not only does he steal our worldview, he steals like my style of argumentation. They steal our insults. All they do is thieve from us. Anyway, sorry, that Daniel guy really irritates me.
Just to be clear, Precept, it's because
there's a lot of low information unbelievers on TikTok. I'm sorry. Go ahead, James.
True.
No, yeah, I was just saying that I agree with the prompt that I don't think people just don't really understand the argument. That the argument is it's presupposed.
Okay. Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, so I'm just curious. What is your proof for God? You said it's objective, correct?
Everything reveals God and by his purpose.
Elaborate on that. Because I have a few points to make. Elaborate on that.
Okay, so everything in the world that you consider to be real and meaningful and intelligible exemplifies that which actualizes it. Okay? That which actualizes the world that you accept to be true. Yeah, you got to do something about the bird.
Oh, sorry about sorry about that. How about now? Can you be better?
Okay. The
Okay,
world
thank you.
You have to
indicates
mute when
that
you're
which
not talking. You have to mute when you're not talking because we can. There's you got a bird going.
Okay, okay, my fault,
Are
sorry.
you hurting that bird, man? Leave that bird alone. It sounds like.
Oh, no, I'm just walking in the
I'm
park,
just kidding.
literally.
I'm just kidding.
Okay, so the world is indicative and emblematic of that which actualizes the world. The world could only indicate that which actualizes it if and only if that which actualizes the world had the attribute set of God, who then purposed that the world that we encounter is emblematic of anything, including himself. If you do not accept that the world indicates and is emblematic of ultimate design and intentionality of God by God to us, then you will be adopting that the world is emblematic fundamentally of something else, which you are going to have to explain. You don't have the luxury of just saying, oh, I'm unconvinced. So it's either the world is emblematic of ultimate design and intentionality by God to us, and the world reveals God by God's purpose, or you will believe that the world is and is intelligible ultimately in virtue of something else. Okay? So the non-acceptance of the argument that I've given you will be a counterclaim. And if you make a counterclaim, either explicit or implicit, you have the responsibility of explaining it. I've just explained to you how the world reveals God. You'll either accept that or you're making a counterclaim.
So I'm kind of new to this debating kind of stuff. So, and you use a lot of big words, so I'm going to do my best here. Okay. So what I've gathered from this is that you believe that complex design equals intelligent creator, correct?
That is not how I put it.
Elaborate.
The world necessarily and rationally, undeniably indicates ultimate design and intentionality.
That's false.
By God's purpose. Okay,
but that's false.
Oh, okay. So now you're making a counterclaim. Are we clear?
No, I'm making a statement that's false.
Okay, no thing. I'm very much.
Wait, hold up, wait.
No,
wait, guys,
stop.
guys,
I'm a
guys.
moderator. Stop.
No. Just because you don't like what I'm saying doesn't mean you're finna get mad. Nope. I see you're mad. You're mad, bro. You're mad.
Okay. So this is what happens. We have these people who have the intellectually debating skills of a 14-year-old. Right?
He was disagreeing with you. How is that not a counter argument? Like, I don't get.
You're mad. That was great. Like, I'm gonna steal that
one. No. The moment I make the case and he doesn't accept it, he's making a counterclaim. But you see, they want to frame their position, okay, as not making a counterclaim. They want to illegitimately represent their response, not as a worldview counterclaim, but that they're just in a state of incredulity and we haven't met the bar of justification, right? So they're not representing the true nature of the dialogue here. Okay? That what they're doing is they're operating from the principle that they're in some kind of default position of unbelief and neutrality, and we're introducing a novel introduction or overlay, which is God. Okay?
Within
what's that?
I was gonna say, like, within a debate, there's something called framing, where we frame like what the discussion is about, what the debate's about, and all this. And they keep the non-believers keep trying to frame the debate as if all of the burden is on us, and they have no burden. So it's a framing what they're doing.
Yeah, they're misframing, they're mischaracterizing the dialogue. Okay, that they're in a neutral default position, and we alone have the exclusive responsibility or burden, okay? But you see, the responsibility goes both ways, okay?
Well, even if that's correct, let's say we do have the burden. Like I've made these claims on screen, right? So I have an initial burden, but after I present evidence, like Darth presented, look, this is my model of reality. So what's your model of reality? That's our evidence, right? Once we present evidence, then you have what's called an evidential burden. So the burden shifts back and forth in the debate once evidence is presented. So when you ignore the evidence, even if we do have the initial burden, you ignoring our evidence is you're ignoring your evidential burden. So you are the one that's burden shifting when you do that.
So not accepting our rationale, okay, is a worldview counterclaim that will either be explicit or implicit, okay? So the point is, when I say the world reveals God and by his purpose, that it is emblematic of ultimate design and intentionality, I'm presenting a model of reality. When they so when they do not accept our reasoning that the world is emblematic of ultimate design and intentionality, it's not just that they're accusing us of using faulty reasoning, right? To not accept our reasoning, okay, is to make either a direct or an indirect worldview counterclaim. But they refuse to be aware of what their responsibility is because they can't defend the contrary worldview. That's why they're always playing the incredulity card. Welcome, Cassie. Do you accept God as your creator?
Well, I think Cassie is a Christian. I don't know. Cassie, would you like to say? Oh, Cassie, are you there? I think they stepped away from their mic.
So, okay, go ahead.
Oh, you can ask a question, James.
Yeah, I was gonna ask Darth. I've heard of Darth. I remember watching this debate. I think it was between Jay Dyer and Myth Vision. And I know Myth Vision brought up your name, Darth, but
yeah, he's affectionately known here as Dumb Derek.
Yeah, Jay. I would say Jay kind of like destroyed him in that.
Yeah. And guess what? Here's what you didn't know: is P. Mars actually body slammed Dumb Derek. So much so that Matt Dillahunty soiled his pants.
Well, Matt Dillamonkey.
Matt Dillabloviator soiled his pants when P. Mars went on to the live stream and made Dumb Derek, look as dumb as he is.
Dillahunty, when he was talking to Peterson, and Peterson, well, where do you get your value?
Hello.
Yeah, that was fun. Anyway, okay. Well, yeah, Tristan, welcome, Tristan.
Would you say that's a accurate characterization that Dillabloviator soiled pants?
Oh, Dillabloviator on Jordan Peterson's that debate. So yeah. Peterson goes, "Where do you get your values from?" And Dillahunty, I kid you not, says, "I have value because monkey have value."
Yeah, Jay made a meme out of it. He got like an OAI song on it.
Dillabloviator said, "I have values because monkey has values."
I'm paraphrasing, but yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, Jordan Peterson asked him.
Hold on a second. I guess that explains Matt Dillabloviator's choice of romantic partners, doesn't it?
While talking to Jordan Peterson on a stage like that, he goes, "I have value because some ancient monkey had value. So I evolved it from the monkey."
I got to go back and see that. That's classic.
Yeah.
Welcome, Tristan.
Debating transcendentalism.
What's that?
You guys are debating transcendentalism? the Kant?
No, we're defending the existence of the Christian God who reveals himself in creation rationally, undeniably, and he reveals himself through the prophets, through Jesus Christ, propositionally codified in the self-authenticating Bible.
And how?
The propositional content in the Bible reveals God's attribute set as the ground of all being. And without that property set of God, you won't have identifiable, defensible grounds to reason about anything.
So it's transcendentalism then? Kant's theory of transcendentalism?
No, it's a transcendental argument.
Right.
Okay.
Is that not what I...
Well,
what's the difference?
transcendentalism could be construed as any number of things.
Well, transcendentalism as a proof for God,
Well,
I should say.
First of all, Kant was somebody to originally pique our thinking about transcendental arguments, but Kant himself did not teach the transcendental argument for God, because Kant believed that there was a chasm between the phenomenal realm and the noumenal realm, and we could never know the noumenal realm. We can only know our mental phenomenon.
Yeah, like there's no... The basis of what we know is limited by our brain, is what he states.
So,
basically.
are you an atheist or are you not an atheist?
I am an atheist. I'm trying to argue against that, basically.
Okay, so can you tell me why there's no God?
Well, the burden of proof is on you of why there is a God, but
no. Listen, sir. This is an old canard, okay? Because how shall I put this? What you're doing is you're smuggling in atheism unargued for, and that unbelief is the look. Let me explain something to you. Is the invocation of God a novel introduction and overlay to an otherwise default position?
Yeah. So there either is a God.
Look, dude, listen to me. Number one, I can guarantee you're not more educated on the subject than I am. Okay?
Okay.
So I'm asking a series of questions so we reduce the jibber jabber here. Okay? Is theism a novel introduction and overlay to an already default position?
Yes.
What is the default position?
A natural world without a God. God, there's no... My argument...
A natural world without God is atheism. So,
yes.
The denial of God's existence is the default position?
Yeah, because you're proving a being that has no...
To me? Dude, listen to me. Fast talking with me like we're at the cafeteria table isn't going to work. I'm too experienced of a debater, okay?
Well, you're not really letting me...
Sir, listen to me. I am trying to keep this succinct. Now, you just said that the denial of God is the default position. Is that correct?
Yes, because before... Can I explain why?
Hold on a second. How can the denial of God be a default position when theism would be a novel introduction?
Theism is not a novel introduction.
You're probably not going to get the nuance of the question. I'm almost guaranteed you're not going to get it.
I understand what you're saying.
Wait a minute, hold on a second. Do you know what novel means?
It means new.
That's right. So if atheism is the default position that there is no God, right, then how is God a novel introduction?
Yeah, so I can explain it, but you're going to let me talk.
No, hold on a second. What are you denying in the prior position when the novel introduction hasn't been presented yet?
I'm denying its existence.
Hold on a second. You're not, you know what? You're just not educated on this, okay?
You're not letting me say anything. You're just talking.
Listen, dude.
This isn't a debate, it's a lecture.
Tristan, I am more educated on the subject than you are.
Have you ever heard of...
Tristan, my patience is running out with you. I'm trying to explain something to you that you are flatly incorrect about.
Have you ever heard of the Dunning-Kruger effect?
listen to me.
Dunning-Kruger?
Okay, all right. You know what? Not only am I going to remove you, you are now blocked.
Yeah, just don't let me talk at all. It's a lecture.
No.
On talking at
To
other
sit
people.
there and say I'm guilty of Dunning-Kruger, look. This is a strategy that we just saw, and it's the strategy of being disruptive and being uncooperative. So if atheism is the default position, okay, that there is no God, how can that be the default position prior to a novel introduction of God is? Do you understand, people on the panel? Are you following me?
I love it.
Okay. So you see, you can't have a denial.
Let me see if I got this.
You can't have a denial of a model of reality when it has yet to be introduced. If theism is a novel introduction onto an already pre-existing model, okay? So prior to the novel introduction, you wouldn't be denying anything.
Got you.
You see the glaring error that he made? Because this guy had the balls to say that I was suffering from Dunning-Kruger, right? The pot calling the kettle black. So you can't deny something as a default position prior to the introduction of the novel overlay. Okay? You see, because these people haven't spent a good deal of time cogitating about this, they don't know what they're talking about. How can you deny as a default position what hasn't been introduced yet? If theism is novel, it means it's new. So before theism is invoked, how is atheism the default position? Okay? Atheism would be an attempt at a logical inference from what he would consider to be the novel position of naturalism. Okay? Naturalism would entail the denial of God. It would be an indirect rather than a direct denial of God. But Mr. Dunning-Kruger doesn't understand that. Okay? So again, I'm really glad, P. Mars, that you read, and you too, Handsome Tab, the Atheological Apologetics, because it's really insightful, the paper Atheological Apologetics, how they're smuggling in their atheism unargued for, and they're attempting to foist it off as some type of default position, and therefore, because they're foisting it off as a default position, they don't have to give a defense of their atheism.
Yeah, I get you. I was gonna ask a question for Darth. Let's say a Muslim was like coming at you with his own presuppositions. Like, would you still resort to tag, or would you go a different route?
The Quran affirms the Christian scriptures. The Christian scriptures contradict the Quran. Okay? Allah is the greatest of all deceivers, which means that God would not be perfect. Okay? Allah is a Unitarian God, and he cannot actualize love or relationality as an aspect of personhood before creation. So we have an imperfect God. Okay?
Versus a Muslim, theism is already going to be granted, right? And so
Yeah, that's why I was asking. You would take a different route.
Yeah, from there we would just get into like a theological debate.
Yeah, we're going to say that the God of Islam from the mouth of Muhammad is a continuation of the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Moses, and of Jesus Christ. but upon examination, it turns out not to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the same as if you were to debate another Christian, it would be based on like exegesis or something like that.
Yeah, kind of like an in-house debate.
Yeah.
Yeah. What they're claiming is that that Muhammad is the final prophet, but when we take the Quran at its own words, that Muhammad recorded in the Quran that we are to go back and check out what he says based upon the prior revelation of the Torah and the Injil, which is referring to the Old and New Testament. Okay, we find out that the Old and the New Testament contradicts what Muhammad said. So Muslims have to completely ignore the positive references to the Hebrew and the Christian scriptures. Okay? So Muslims, in order to retain the facade that Islam is historically true, they have to ignore real contradictions as opposed to alleged contradictions.
They have to say the Bible's corrupt, but the problem with that is the Quran also affirms the Bible. And if we compare, like, we look at the Bibles from the time period when the Quran was written, and we compare them to Bibles like the original manuscripts, they're completely accurate. So where did this corruption occur? It's nonsense.
Yeah, I know the Quran also says that, well, Allah's words can be corrupted.
Let me just make a correction. It would be wise not to say completely accurate, okay? Because there are insignificant
scribal errors. I'm aware.
Yeah,
but I mean, the Bible has stood up to thousands of years of scrutiny.
What you should say is this: that the text type from the original is still retained in all of the manuscripts.
The text type.
The text type represents the contents of the originals. That text type remains in all of the copies, although some copies have insignificant typographical errors or like word order changes.
When they bring up like, the Bible's been translated blah 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 so many times, so it's like a game of telephone.
They're speaking out of complete ignorance.
Totally ignorant. It's withstood.
It's what they're saying is completely false. Because
it's the most like scrutinized text on the planet, and it's withstood thousands of years of
all modern English translations. All modern English translations, with just one exception that I can think of, are based upon the Greek manuscripts. Okay,
Septuagint.
No. I'm talking about the New Testament. Okay, so the American Bible, which is a Catholic translation as opposed to the New American Standard, the American Bible. All right, no, I should say no, not the American Bible. The Douay-Rheims, I believe. Okay, the Douay-Rheims, and I misspoke there. The Douay-Rheims is translated in part from the Latin Vulgate. Okay, so the Latin Vulgate was the Latin translation of the Greek, and parts of the Douay-Rheims was translated from the Latin Vulgate into English. Okay? So I misspoke about the New American Bible. So there's the Douay-Rheims and then there's the New American Bible, which are two different Catholic translations.
This guy was asking in the chat to come up. Let's see if he's still there. So a lot of these people have probably been waiting a while.
Okay.
Are
you an atheist?
Hello, Darth.
Yeah. Are you an atheist?
I wouldn't say so. This is a debate, no?
Do you affirm the existence of God?
Is this a debate?
Goodbye.
Is this a debate?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Against doctors' recommendations, people who are recovering from the flu cannot come up here because it may jeopardize their future health.
Is this a cell phone? Am I talking on a cell phone? Darth, can you hear me? Is this a cell phone?
What time is it?
Who's the president?
You can't make this stuff up. I mean, this is comedy gold. Oh my gosh.
Love it.
I was like
Love it.
begging in the chat to come up. We're adding people at the same time.
Welcome, Cleo. Do you accept God as your creator?
They haven't connected. Out of the person that connected is out of the dark.
Hello.
Are you there, Cleo?
Cleo didn't connect. It's out of the dark connected.
Oh, okay, because I was still showing. Okay, go ahead, out of the dark. Do you accept God as your creator?
No.
Yeah, you got to take off that gigantic wet washcloth off of your mic.
So what God are you talking about?
Yeah, get closer to your microphone. We're talking about.
He did the witch god.
Okay, sir, I'm asking you, do you believe that there is any creator at all?
I believe there's a creator, yes.
Okay, who is your God?
I couldn't say, and you can't neither. You have you get done. Take your
Them.
Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Oh, you must have graduated the valedictorian of your high school, huh?
What did you find so amusing?
Because you said you believe in God, but then when I ask who your God is, you go, I can't say.
So you believe in something that you don't know what it is? It's kind of like it's kind of a silly thing to say.
I just don't think this was an accident.
Yeah, you got to fix your mic quality, or we'll have to move on to something else.
They put an earbud in.
All right, we're.
So he doesn't think it's an accident.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Welcome, Pant. Do you accept God as your creator?
So yeah, no, but okay. So it's, I mean,
are you recovering from the flu?
No, so I want to answer the 3 questions up there so you get my position a little better. So 1, I agree completely. 3, I agree completely. 2 is where I'm having an issue.
Okay, so if science is impossible without God, God would have to be perfect. Only the Christian God has revealed that he has a perfect attribute set. So if you accept 3, you're going to have to accept 2.
No, I mean, I disagree because I understand.
Okay, so here's the problem. When you reject that the Christian God is the God, right, that he has a perfect attribute set, has the God that you believe in that is not the Christian God, has that God communicated through human history of himself and his attributes?
So, I mean, I believe he has communicated, through history.
Really? And where can this revelation be found?
So, through rationale. So
through rationale? Where can I find rationale?
What do you mean?
You said I can find the revelation of your God through rationale. Where can I find this rationale?
No, you can't find rationale. You got to use rationale.
Oh, you use it, but you can't find it? How do you use something that you can't find?
What do you mean? I thought this was
What I
going to be
mean
a
is,
flexible
I think you should
conversation.
go to the doctor and get some new antibiotics because it's not fixing the flu that you're recovering from. All right, I'm gonna go AFK. Okay.
10-4, good buddy. Oh man. Welcome.
Hey, P. Mars.
Hello. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. What'd you like to say?
I just wanted to know why Darth Dawkins hates me so much. I'm like one
I
of the
don't think
chillest
he,
dudes on this app, and he just hates me.
I don't think he hates you. He's commanded by his Lord to love you.
His love is very strong.
Well, open rebuke is better than hidden love, right? Well, so like, if someone really loves you, they'll tell you things that you might not want to hear. You know how like when sometimes you have to tell your friend something and you know your friend doesn't want to hear what you have to say. You know how
Yeah, it's holding people accountable.
it's tough. It's tough to do that. And some people, they're cowards. And what they do is they opt to just not say what their friend needs to hear because they know their friend doesn't want to hear it, right? Well, a good friend would have some balls to tell you what you don't want to be true because it's good for you. And that's simply what we're doing. Thank God.
I totally agree up to the extent that it's God.
What do you mean?
I just don't think that's the same as asserting that it's to God. I mean, if you're saying that God's trying to be a good friend by revealing himself to us and all that stuff, then
Darth is trying to be a good friend by telling you what you need to hear.
I know, but every time I try to have a conversation with him, he boosts me because he noticed that he has me blocked, and he has me blocked because we tried to go through his conversational script, and we didn't get anywhere because he wouldn't answer my question. And when I repeated myself 3 times, he still wouldn't answer my question. Then he booted me and blocked me.
Well, I'm sure it was because you were acting immature, not because.
No, I was acting just as how
so
I was.
What's this question that he wouldn't answer?
I forget. It was like 2 months ago, but I believe it was like, how did you acknowledge that God was a revelatory actualizer of the universe and all that? Which it kind of like sounds like tag.
How did he acknowledge
Tag doesn't really work for Christianity.
How did he acknowledge it? I don't even understand what the question.
Yeah, like how did he determine that it was this revelatory triune God that was actualizing the universe?
So we don't reason to God's existence. We reason from God's existence. It's because God has revealed himself in human history and we can know things about God.
Right.
Without that revelation, we couldn't claim anything about God.
Right. How do you know that? That's a black and white fallacy.
Dude. So do you understand that?
How do you know that you're substantiating things in God?
Do you understand, according from a Christian perspective, God is the truth. He's the standard of truth.
I mean, sure.
Okay, so if the ultimate authority of truth gives you knowledge, do you understand that knowledge is justified in virtue of the fact that it comes from God?
No, you're still not understanding what I'm asking. How are you gaining this knowledge?
Revelation.
Right. How is it revelatory?
God can like directly tell us things through speaking.
I mean, yeah, you keep saying that he's telling you these things and explaining these things, but how do you know?
I'm telling you, God can directly tell us things like through the prophets. He uses humans as avatar. And we know they speak through God because they perform miracles. Okay.
See,
also God reveals himself in the fact that like the order in the world, the patterns that we see, the conceptual order, causal order, natural order, and absolute moral claims and beauty evaluations. He reveals himself in the fact that you're made in his image. You are a rational being from another rational being that produced you. If you deny God, then you have to explain like, how does this irrational universe produce rational beings?
I feel like that's not a part of the conversation right now. We're focusing on how you know your God is the rational being.
I just told you.
Or the transcendental mind that is required.
He reveals it. It's justified.
Okay, I understand that you're saying he revealed it, but you're not telling me how you know he revealed it and how you know he revealed it to these people.
I just told you, dude. I just went through a laundry list of revelations.
You're
You're
acknowledging.
This is why you get kicked.
No, you're acknowledging that these things are revelatory, but you're not explaining how you know they are revelatory.
Okay, so what you're doing, Coop, is gaslighting, right?
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. And now you're bickering.
Okay.
So I explained Revelation very thoroughly, and for you to sit there and act like I didn't is disrespectful and rude. And I am going to boot you off of my panel if you continue to behave like this, Coop. What is your choice, Coop? Do you want to apologize for your rude behavior, Coop?
Yeah, I apologize for my immaturity.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, God reveals himself. Now what? What do you want to know?
Why hasn't God revealed himself to me?
You're too weak, I
Yeah,
guess.
I know.
Just a weak person.
I've also had a problem with that, that God is revelatory and everyone knows that he is revelatory, but we subconsciously deny it or something like that. And I feel like that's so trivial because I could just say that I don't subconsciously deny it or something like that.
Well, see, so God doesn't want weak people in his army, right? And so
Then why make them in the first place?
God created a category for weak people called atheism.
Atheists aren't created in God's image.
All right. Well, thanks for coming, Coop. Do you have any evidence that atheism is true?
No.
Okay. Well, enjoy your fantasy. I'm going to be in the Christian reality, personally. Where do they grow these people? Yeah, Jamers, Christian.
Oh my god, finally. I've been waiting for like 3 fucking hours, it feels like.
Yeah, your mic didn't work at first, so I was kind of like, I didn't know you fixed it.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, so the initial discussion was we were going to go through the points on a step-by-step basis, but that never came to fruition.
What would you like to say?
Well, I need the backdrop that you had up initially, so I can read them and go through them.
Is it not? What is the back? It should say atheism is baseless and irrational. Christianity is objectively proven. Science is impossible without God. Should say that still.
Okay, so atheism being baseless and irrational, how?
There's no argument or evidence to think that atheism is the case.
Is there a similar thing that can be said about Christianity?
Yeah, there's evidence for Christianity.
Okay. And what's that evidence?
God's revealed himself in creation and human history as the being with the perfect attribute set to explain the transcendental categories that are necessary for experience itself. So to deny God's revelation would be like to deny experience or reality or something.
Okay, so in layman's terms, it's a case of it's written in this book that such and such all this time ago performed a miracle, therefore it's factually evidential that God or Christianity is the one and only truth.
Well, I'm saying that like God revealed himself as the self-authenticating starting point and the system of truth. And if you deny that, you won't have a system of truth to even deny it.
So why, out of interest, did he decide to do it in one specific region of the world as opposed to announcing himself to the indigenous people of America or the people of India or Africa? Does it not seem convenient that the source of this religion is focalized within one point that happened 2,000 years ago?
Well, we don't believe that.
If God wants us to believe in his existence, why didn't he make himself more globally recognizable?
Well, we believe he did, and he does so to this day. So everyone, God has revealed himself to everyone that no one has an excuse to rationally deny him because his invisible qualities are obvious and plain to everyone.
Okay, so to go along with the ideology that you purvey is you can't see him, however, he presents himself through other people. So there's no direct physical alteration, there's no voice distortion, there's no kind of evidential change whatsoever, besides the fact that that person themselves claim that they are currently being possessed by God and he is speaking to us through them.
No, you could. I mean, he incarnated in a man, so God actually physically existed. People physically saw him, and then they recorded this, right? So we have that evidence. We have the mind of Christ.
And this is, I'm going to assume, the personification of Jesus.
Jesus revealed himself as the ground of being. Now, so I'm saying that's my position. Jesus is the ultimate authority, the ground of being. So, like, if you're going to deny my authority, like, what authority would you appeal to deny the authority of Christ?
I don't deny any authority. My position is I can't confirm or deny the existence of God as much as I can confirm or deny the facts of scientific revelation or progression.
Do you accept the authority of the Bible?
I do not accept the authority of the Bible. I'm not dismissing it entirely, but I personally do not accept it or use that as my moral compass.
So you just don't know anything then? You're in a world
No,
of...
of course I know things. No.
You're in a world
I'm not
of...
going to proclaim to be a genius in any specific field of knowledge. I am just an average person going around the day existing.
Yeah.
I'm not specifically educated on philosophy or theology or psychology or any kind of professional education standard. I'm just going by what I perceive and what I've experienced, which is what I'd like to imagine most people do go by.
Yeah, but the problem is you can't perceive or experience reality. So unless God reveals what reality is to us, you can make any claims about reality.
Okay, so how do you... Can you explain that a bit more layman's to me? How is it that I cannot experience without the existence of God?
Okay, have you seen the movie The Matrix?
I have seen the movie The Matrix, yes.
Yeah, so before Neo takes the red pill, he has like science, right? But there's no scientific experiment that can tell Neo that he's in the Matrix, right? And he's got genius philosophers in the Matrix. He's got these atheist geniuses, right, in the Matrix. And the atheist geniuses in the Matrix, they don't know they're in the Matrix, do they?
But this is like a hypothetical, a theological position of a simulation. This is a movie.
Dude, the movie is based on philosophy that's real, okay? And I'm trying to make it dumb so you can understand it, because you said you don't understand philosophy. The movie uses that's a real philosophical issue. It's called hard.
I never said I didn't understand philosophy. I just said that I'm not like directly educated in its facets. I never studied it.
I was trying to dumb it down, and then you're complaining about that. It's like, dude. So hard solipsism, right? We don't know what reality is. Like Neo in the Matrix before he takes the red pill and he gets into reality. So what we're saying is, due to human limitations of our observations and our mental our reasoning, due to the limitations of us being humans, we need an outside source of knowledge, like God's knowledge, to know reality. We're humans without God could never know reality. Therefore, knowledge from God is going to be necessary to do things like science and philosophy. So you can't prove anything without God.
I don't know if I can agree with that position. I mean,
I don't know how you can.
If you think of it, just
how could
just,
you?
Hey, wait, just hear me out, right?
Okay.
When you are born, okay, and you are as young as you conceivably remember, do you at least perceive things as reality prior to the knowledge of the theology of Christ?
Yeah.
Okay, then. So technically, you don't need God to perceive reality around you.
It doesn't
because
follow.
You are currently perceiving it.
It doesn't follow just because, like, I use my mind as a proximate starting point. It doesn't follow from that therefore God isn't the ultimate starting point. So that's called a non sequitur in logic. It doesn't follow.
Just doing something doesn't provide a justification to like why we should do that or where we're getting that from. So just doing it doesn't provide justification for it.
Destina, you can't argue against what I'm presenting to you, because like science and philosophy is agreeing on my side what I'm saying. They can't justify any metaphysical claims using reason or science.
Okay, so we're a panel of creationists.
What?
We have already established that science has confirmed without a shadow of a doubt that evolution is a scientific fact. That's irrefutable.
Okay, but science doesn't prove anything.
What do you mean science doesn't prove anything? Science has proven that evolution is a fact.
Yeah, if you knew anything about science, you would know that science doesn't prove anything. But people,
How does science not prove anything?
Because it's not capable. It's inept. It's incapable of proving anything. All science can do is give us data points, but it can't tell us like how to interpret the data points, or it couldn't even tell us if we should believe the data points are true. Science is completely inept. It doesn't work as like a system of truth. It requires like human opinion. So science is full of prejudicial conjecture, just people's opinions.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But opinions can undermine scientific facts.
Your opinion doesn't prove anything, does it?
Yeah. Also, David Hume
That's
brings
exactly what I was saying.
David Hume brings up this distinction, his ought distinction. Like, science could tell you what is, but it can't tell you like what you ought to do. So in terms of like tying in with morality, science can't prove transcendentals, abstract objects. So.
Yes, science needs God. You couldn't even do science without God. It doesn't make
You
sense.
could absolutely do science without God.
You can't justify it. You can do it, but you can't justify where you're getting it from.
No, you couldn't do it because if we lived in a world where there was no order or consistency, you couldn't get like a repeatable result from a scientific method. We need consistency to get repeatable results. And if
I get you.
without repeatable results, that's like the non-God model. There's no consistency. Then, therefore, no science.
You are. Sorry, I'm really struggling here.
What's so difficult about it? Doesn't that make sense?
It's not so much that it's difficult to comprehend. It's so much a fact of I'm befuddled, confounded, dumbfounded by the position that you had. I came into this life in the position of telling you guys that I can neither confirm or deny the existence of God. So I stand in a position of whole agnosticism. I can't proclaim one way or the other what is ultimately true, because none of us know. Nobody knows. And to me, in my opinion, anybody who can definitively say one way or another is an idiot. And they have closed off their mind to any potential further information from coming in.
I mean, you can call me an idiot, but unfortunately, you have no standards. You have no truth in your system, so nothing's true. And
How can you say that?
There's no value because your model of reality destroys the possibility of truth foundationally at the starting point. So when you make all these claims you're making about me are completely baseless. It's all like a total fantasy imagination.
My claims about you come from what you're saying yourself. You are saying that
You have
Christianity is
there's no content to your words.
undeniably true.
Why are you talking?
I'm talking because you're the one that's come into a position of definitive position.
Your words have no meaning. There's no metaphysical content to anything you say.
Well, the reason that my words...
Why are you talking? If you're talking, you must believe in the Christian God. So your words do. Oh, so you're the same thing.
Language is a social construct that's been developed over a process of hundreds of years.
Do you think your words have meaning?
It depends on the context of which the words are spoken. Ultimately,
it's just ridiculous. Do my words have meaning? Oh, it depends. Yeah. Welcome, Robert.
Hey, Precept. Thanks for having me on. If it's okay, I'd just like to sit in on the Christian panel.
I really don't want people. I kind of want to keep the panel small. So if you
that's okay. Maybe next time.
Yeah, all right.
I'll still be watching though.
Okay, thanks, man. Yeah, and if there's like less people in the future, maybe I could let you up for a bit. I don't like doing that. I don't like letting people up though. Welcome, Real. Maybe I'll do sometime. I'll do a stream. I'll just have an open panel. I should probably do that. Welcome, Real Slim.
Hello, mate. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. So you're saying that science requires God. That's what I came in on. I came in. You telling this guy, the other guy, that science absolutely relies on God. Why is it that there isn't a single registered patent anywhere around the world, or a single experiment, provable and double-blind reprovable, or pharmacological formulation or metallurgical formulation that mentions God at all, or anything to do with faith? It's never used at all as a tangible tool in anything we see or do around us.
Is there a patent? Hold on. Is there a patent that reveals the uniformity of nature?
Do you know what a patent is?
Yeah, I do know. Please answer the question.
Is there a patent that No, there isn't.
Okay, so your argument backfires on you.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't, because that's not what you do.
Okay, maybe you're recovering from the flu and you're not understanding.
No, don't be rude. Don't be rude. Don't go ad hominem.
Listen, please
Be
do not
better than
interrupt
that.
me while I'm
Be better
talking.
than ad hominem then. Don't be rude.
I'm a mod here, and I will kick you out.
I think we should just move. I think we should just move on.
Yeah. So the point is this: when you use specious criterion to dismiss God, I'm going to apply that specious criterion to the foundation of your model of reality, which you will then fail. You abandon these criterion after you use them to dismiss God. You abandon this criterion when you then do not use them to establish the foundational parameters of your world. Okay, do you understand your mistake?
No, because you're talking about species criterion. Are you talking morphological, genetic, or ecological criterion in your speciation?
Broader and deeper than that.
No, they're the only three. It's not broader and
Sir,
deeper.
listen, we're not going to bicker here.
But
Okay,
you're talking not letting me answer. I'm asking you a
I'm
question.
talking.
I'm not, so am I.
Okay, I'm about to kick you.
Do that. Lose the argument immediately then. If you
Okay,
can't
have a
answer
nice
the
day.
question.
Bye. Okay. They just are totally. Their problem is they're unwilling to think.
Do you have a patent for that? Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So the point is this: when they present a criterion to dismiss God as the ultimate fundamental parameter of anything, then they abandon that criterion when they are operating that something else is the ultimate fundamental parameter from which they're able to speak reasonably about their world. So you see, their position is not coherent on their own terms. So the point is, we don't reason toward the ultimacy of reality in the same way that we reason for, forgive me, crackers in the pantry.
But Darth, if you could prove God, you would have a Nobel Prize.
Yeah. And humanity is as good as the wind-driven snow.
Everyone we're just in such an omnibenevolent society. Welcome, Road Warrior. What would you like to say?
I just wanted to say real quick. I just started getting on lives about a week ago, if that, and I've noticed the last few days I've gone through a lot of people's lives, atheists and whatnot, and I just want to make an observation, and I've noticed that there are atheists out in the world who may be skeptical, and they're really looking and they want to know, and you can actually maybe have dialogue with them and talk and whatever, and they are open.
Are you a Christian?
Yes.
So you're telling me as a Christian that those who refuse to acknowledge God are open to God?
No, just hold on a second. No, just let me finish here. No, what I was trying to get to
It's a
is
legitimate question based upon what you asserted. I'm asking a qualifying question about your assertion. You said some of these atheists are open. So, atheists are people who categorically refuse to acknowledge God.
Yeah.
Right? Is that correct?
Right. Let me just make my point here, and I'm going to move on. I just wanted to make a point real quick.
You can make your point and move on when you answer my question.
Okay, clearly this isn't going to get anywhere. I'm defending God.
Clearly, I'm asking a qualifying question, and clearly you are refusing to answer a qualifying question. Okay? He doesn't want to answer the question because to answer the question implicates his statement as being specious.
There's just some atheists are more polite about their atheism and some are more impolite.
Exactly. He's confusing cordiality, and feigned interest for being open.
Exactly.
I agree with you. There are some people that are apt to acknowledging God and Jesus Christ, but they're still in a state of rebellion. Okay?
I think the Bible is very clear. No one seeks God, not one. No one is good except Jesus or God.
Well, that's speaking in absolute terms.
Okay.
Okay. So when it says there is none that seeks God, it's like how it's rendered in Ecclesiastes. There is no one who does good continually. There's no one who seeks God continually as we should. Not even some of the most godly men in biblical history always were God honoring at all times and all places. So when it says there's none that seek God, there's none that do good, it's talking about in terms of the absolute standard.
Even in our nature, though, we rebel against God. Like the Jews, God's chosen people, were constantly rebelling.
Yeah, and the nation of Israel in its history of disobedience is a very good representation of human beings and even Christians where we are not faithful to God as we should.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
And I say we, me, you, all other Christians, we're guilty of it too.
Exactly.
Y'all, I'm gonna blow your fucking minds here. So,
Yeah, let's not drop F-bombs, please.
oh, sorry guys, sorry. So, okay, God is pure intentionality, Christ is manifestation, Spirit is the shared essence in which they partake.
Before we continue, are you an atheist or a theist?
I'm a theist. I'm a Trinitarian.
What? You're Unitarian?
No, I'm a Trinitarian.
Okay, go ahead.
So, Christ is manifestation, God is pure intentionality, Spirit is the shared essence in which they partake and interface with the world.
What does it mean to say pure intentionality? Are you Eastern Orthodox?
No.
Okay. What does it mean to say pure intentionality?
It means, I think that's the root of all meaning.
As opposed to impure intentionality?
Pure intentionality is the root of all meaning. That's God.
Oh, okay. So if God is pure intentionality, so all aspects or his properties are subject to his intentions?
Yes, it's mediated by Christ.
That's a contradiction in terms. So then that would mean that if God is pure
It's mediated
intentionality,
by Christ and implemented through the Spirit.
listen carefully, sir. Bickering isn't going to work here. So if God is pure intentionality through and through, everything constitutes his intentionality. Then that means that God choose to be other than what his essential properties are?
Can God choose to be other than what essential properties are? No. Christ mediates between God's pure intentionality in reality.
Are you listening to me? When you say pure intentionality, does that mean that God's intentionality dictates his essential properties?
His essential properties dictated by his pure intentionality.
We're done. We're done. You don't know what you're talking about. Don't use vocabulary and nomenclature that you don't know what you're talking about.
His essential properties flow from his pure intentionality. Those are one in the same.
Dude, then that means that God could intention to change one or more of his essential properties.
Christ prevents this.
Okay.
Should we move on, Darth?
Unbelievable. There was no... Can you move that?
We can hear you, Darth, by the way.
So I'm a atheist, and I just wanted to say that y'all said in the beginning when I first joined alive that science is impossible without God because you need consistency. But it seems that, at least when I read the Bible, that God goes actually against his established order. Like when he,
That's not our position.
No, that's my position. When he created,
that doesn't. So that doesn't, like, what you think about our position doesn't really do anything, right? Doesn't
no,
matter.
I'm just saying that you guys said that science is impossible without God because it requires consistency, but
Science requires that there be a single absolute, a single causal principle that then institutes and secures the unity and diversity in the world. If you reject that God is and that he is the single first and a unique causal principle for the unity and diversity in the world, then you're not going to have anything that is identifiable that grounds the unity and diversity in the world. And if you can't ground that, there's no science.
Well, you're equating.
Can you do science? Can you do science without there being a fundamental absolute?
But God is not a fundamental absolute.
Not an answer to my question.
Absolute.
Is science an intelligible and viable prospect without there being ultimate background information as to what is absolute that secures that unity and diversity is real?
But where are you putting God? How are you putting God in?
Sir, that's the second time you've dodged my question. Are you failing to understand and comprehend the question, or are you just refusing to answer the question because it implicates your position?
I'm not denying what you're saying. I'm not refuting.
You just dodged my question again for the third time. If you dodge one more time, we're going to move on to somebody else. Okay? Do you understand the rules?
I agree. I never disputed
Do you
that.
understand the rules that I'm telling you? You dodge. Okay, good, but get rid of them. We're
You said
done.
I never disputed that.
Bye, little boy. Bye. When you're old enough to shave, come back.
He had a weird explanation of the Trinity too.
Notice that when a clarifying question is asked and it has implications for their position that they don't know how to resolve, then they dodge. How do you do science without there being a firm foundation or an absolute that grounds unity and diversity?
I mean, like, science is like largely a lot of approximations. As someone who is currently in school for like evolutionary anthropology, for instance, I would say that most scientific endeavors are simply approximations, and like a lot of things that hold ground in certain areas don't hold ground in other areas, and that's where kind of like the diversity comes from.
Okay, are you an atheist or?
I'm an atheist.
Is he there?
Yeah, I think your connection, it looks like your connection's a little bad, but yeah, I'm an atheist.
Okay, so you reject that God is the single first causal principle that secures fundamental parameters of existence. So you believe that something else actualizes. Please do not interrupt me while I'm talking.
I didn't interrupt you.
You reject that God. Okay, have a nice day. Goodbye, little boy. There's a whole lot of bad, how shall we put it, potty training that went on in the lives of atheists. Failed potty training.
That dude before who was kind of putting his terms on the Trinity, and you asked him if he was Eastern Orthodox. So why'd you ask him that? Yeah.
Why? Because that is reminiscent of how they talk sometimes.
Yeah, I thought he was Eastern Orthodox too, because it sounded like he was bringing up the essence and energies distinction.
And a lot of Eastern Orthodoxy people, from what I understand, and I could be mistaken, lean or gravitate toward divine simplicity.
Yeah.
Welcome, CC.
Hi. So when the guy talks about pure intentionality, just right out of the gate, I know it doesn't. It sounds like there's an erudite notion.
Well, your mic kind of went to crap there, though.
Yeah. When he talks about pure intentionality,
Yeah, we can't hear you, Darth. Or something. Wonder is it CC maybe? All right, try talking to him.
Well, look how many people you got here today, bud. On a Monday.
Yeah,
Mars,
can
are
you
you
hear
there? Yeah, you got 90. Is that
Yeah,
P
it's
Mars?
P-Mars. Yeah, we're doing well. Yeah, I kind of went on the streamer that the guy that was in the chat, Daniel with the spaces, Daniel. He
Oh yeah. Super
he was
Genius
live
Dan.
with like 200 viewers, and I kind of went on there and I blew up on him a little bit because he's saying what he's saying. So I wonder if that's why I got more viewers this morning, but.
Okay. Gotcha.
Well, I don't know. I think we have a good content going here, so I mean, we have substance. You know, a lot of these streams.
Yeah, but this is a record. This is a record. Okay,
Yeah.
Not bad, huh?
Anyway,
so you'll notice the pattern of behavior that when I ask clarifying questions, they don't answer it and they dodge. Welcome, CC. What would you like to say? And you need to unmute your microphone.
I muted him because there's a lot of I muted you, CC, because there's a lot of background. So I don't know if you can unmute.
Okay, so while we're waiting, video game enthusiast says, Darth Dawkins, what do I think of theistic evolutionists? Not much.
Yeah, I would say I would take the position that evolution would undermine the story in Genesis, which would undermine the atonement of Christ, which would undermine Christianity's founding pillar.
Yeah. So first of all, evolution per se is a crappy scientific theory, but people think that because it's a crappy theory held dogmatically and in consensus or pervasively, that somehow means that it's robust, and it's not. This is why we get stupid people like one of our previous guests who made a statement that the fossil record is overwhelming indication of gradual evolution, which it is not. Even the world's top paleontologist would tell him that
What human
that he's
beings
wrong.
tend to do from a psychological perspective, and I'm guilty of this too, is we sort of we tend to surround ourselves we surround ourselves with people who think like us because we feel more psychologically comfortable if in our people in our circle are kind of all in accord with us. And so because people will feel well, because my academic circle or the scientific, all these scientists believe X, it gives them this psychological comfort of well, I'm not alone in this belief. All these smart people believe the same thing, but it's just really groupthink ultimately. And then this is in science. This is why we have dogma.
Well, part of the problem is that they're not exposing them to prolonged, robust opposition. So one of the reasons why I'm effective in dealing with atheists who are not disruptive is because I have been exposing myself I want to say robust, but I've been exposing myself to hundreds, if not several thousands, of the opposition. Okay, and they're not. They're just accustomed to dealing with low hanging
Well, what
fruit.
I'm saying is basically because sort of like academia and science ignore ultimate mystery and they kind of skirt the issue. People feel like psychologically comfortable or justified in doing the same thing, but that's not you don't really have, that's not a basis. Like just because academia is doing something doesn't mean it's like right or true.
So when they object to when we invoke God's revelation, you can't go further back, okay, for something that is more authoritative than God's revelation itself. So God's revelation, however it is cashed out, has to be self-authenticating.
Yeah, the Supreme Court.
Okay. Now, if they reject if they reject in principle that it's self-authenticating, then they destroy their ability to make an authoritative judgment that it's not self-authenticating, because then would that judgment be self-authenticating? They're only left then in saying it's not an instance of self-authentication. So then they're going to have to explain by what authority do they assert that the propositional or composite content of the Christian worldview is not self-authenticating.
So, Darth, would this be sort of like if we think of the legal court system, we have a Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court is the final authority of how to interpret law. There's no like there's no authority outside.
Well, when it comes to adjudication, there will be people who will disagree with Supreme Court decisions, but when it comes to the implementation of it, they're the highest authority in the land.
Would we say in their interpretations and judgments would be sort of self-authenticating in virtue of that they are the supreme authority of the land?
Well, I would not agree with that terminology, but I would say in jurisprudence within our system.
That's what I'm saying. Within the context of the court system.
Within the context of our our threefold division of government, the Supreme Court is the final authority when it comes to what the law is to mean. Does that mean they're right? No, because Supreme Courts have overturned other Supreme Court decisions. But in practice, in jurisprudence, they're the highest court in the land. They're the supreme.
You think that works as an analogy for when we say like God's sort of like he's the highest authority, sort of like the Supreme Court is the highest?
Yeah. One could disagree with the adjudication of the Supreme Court, but would have no
force. It would have no force behind it. There would be nothing to enforce.
There would be you would have no. Your objection to a Supreme Court decision would not, outside the court's decision, it would have no standing. It would have no authority. You might be right. Suppose the Supreme Court makes a stupid decision, and Supreme Courts in the past have done things that have been overturned. And let's say somebody disagrees with it. But the point is you would have no jurisdictional standing to object. You can object on legal philosophy, but you're not going to have jurisdictional standing.
Okay. This is not the best analogy then, maybe, but kind of.
Look, let's take, for example, the burning of the American flag issue. The Supreme Court ruled a number of years ago that the burning of the flag was protected under freedom of the speech. Okay? The court could have ruled otherwise, right? And it makes no difference what side we fall on, all right? The Supreme Court could have ruled that it's not protected under free speech because free speech can be done without defaming the national symbol. Okay, they could have ruled that way, but the bottom line is agreeing or disagreeing has no standing. Okay, because you're not the Supreme Court. So right now, unless somebody brings a new case to the court, right, trying to prohibit somebody from burning a flag publicly as a form of protest, they're not going to have any standing anywhere.
Gotcha.
You done?
Okay, welcome, Battle Ghost. What would you like to say?
Oh, I'm just wondering who runs this live, Darth the Kid Toucher or you? Because, neither of you are telling me that I should follow God. If anything, Darth here is telling me that, Christ and Christianity is just fucking wrong. Because all he's done is talk over people,
do you want me to
cut them
block
off,
him
and
now,
then
Darth, or do you
kick
want to deal
them.
with this?
So please do tell me, at what point should I start following Jesus and be like, you
Can you hear me,
cucks?
Darth?
Because goddamn,
You want me to
are the
block
most
him now,
annoying
Darth, or-
fucking people I've ever met. Darth, you bring up teenagers.
Do you want me to block him now, or do you want to deal with this crap?
I didn't hear a word that he said.
Darth, you bring up kids every time you debate. You're a
he called you a P3DO. Should I just block him?
Well, first of
How
all,
many times are you going to bring up teenagers, fucker? You brought it up every time you debate.
okay. So are you against me talking with people who are 18 and older?
I'm also against you interrupting people, but hey, I was talking, but I guess
if
you
you're
don't
gonna
understand
be-
that.
Look, if you're
Oh,
going
I'm
to
sorry,
be,
what? I can't hear you. I'm interrupting you, matching the energy. Sorry, what? I can't hear.
okay, if you're going to be a
I'm
horse,
sorry, what? I can't hear. I'm matching energy. What?
Bye.
What?
Hold
I
on,
can't hear. Can you speak up or get the dick out of your
you're
mouth?
blocked. You're blocked.
This guy.
Okay. Yeah, get rid of him. Yeah, that's full blown troll mode.
Oh crap! I thought I was matter of fact, let's go to CC first. Is this guy connect? He's not connected.
I wish there were some intelligent opposition we could talk to.
Or at least mature.
Well, yeah.
Welcome, CC.
Hello.
Are you an atheist?
Yep.
Can you tell me why?
Why?
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of a complicated question, but
No, it's not a complicated question.
okay, well, hey, I've seen you kick people for interrupting you.
I'm going to mute your microphone. We're going to stop with the bullshit. It's a complicated question. It's not a complicated question. Tell me how you determine that there is no God. Go. Unmute your microphone and explain how you determine God does not exist. You need to unmute your microphone, answer the question, how you determine God does not exist. You need to unmute your microphone, CC, at the bottom. It'll say mic. You had to click on it to unmute it.
When I muted him before, he can't figure out how to unmute. He doesn't know how to unmute.
Yeah, he can't figure out how to unmute, but he's determined there's no God.
Well, because it's easier to determine there's no God than to figure out how to unmute your mic. Then.
Yeah. Well, you can't see the mic symbol at the bottom of the screen. Next time somebody says to me, well, prove God exists, or how did you determine God exists? And I'm going to, man, it is so complicated.
Can you really not
It's
figure
so
out?
complicated.
You really can't figure out how to, dude. So click on your own picture. I can't unmute you. You have to unmute yourself.
At the bottom of your screen is a microphone icon with a slash through it.
I guess I can invite him. I send him an invite to unmute. I can send him.
He's in the middle of the screen at the bottom.
No, you can only mute someone, but you can't prevent them from unmuting. Okay, he just like what? How can you not? I literally sent him an invite to unmute. I don't know why. I mean, this is like.
Hey, it's complicated, man.
That's atheism in a nutshell, right there. Oh, this guy was already.
It's complicated.
This guy. Welcome, Sod.
Are you the sod I talked to yesterday?
Boy, shut up, nigga. Stop interrupting people. You was a hoe, boy. Oh, my mama, you keep interrupting people. You don't be doing shit.
Wow.
You don't be
When are you
donating
going?
for no
When are
shit,
you
boy. You
going to
interrupt people and think you doing
masters?
shit. You ain't doing shit, nigga.
When are you going to complete your master's degree or PhD?
Straight up, homie. There's no cap.
Yeah. What an eloquent speaker.
Welcome, Chris.
What's up? If you guys want to have a good time, good start to the week, just look up any Darth Dawkins debate on YouTube. It's hilarious. Gets clowned every time. Can't find a mature guy to...
Did you mute him?
Yes.
Did you want to talk to him, or are you just blocking him?
No, he's trolling, so I muted him, and I just removed him. Okay. So this is what we've got. You see how now, because you're getting more robust in your presentation in defense of the Christian worldview.
Hey.
All we're getting are the low information people recovering from the flu characters.
Welcome, Rose. What would you like to say?
Okay, wait, first off, I'm Christian, but my friend is, what are you?
Enablers.
A what?
What? I don't actually know what that word means. My personal beliefs is that religion was created hundreds of years ago to keep people under control.
Are you guys 18 or older?
Yeah, 18.
Why should we care about your belief?
I thought that was the whole point of the debate.
This is a debate, that's what you're asking.
Yeah, well, the point is, why is that not arbitrary?
What?
Well, in a debate, you can't be arbitrary. You have to have like evidence for your position. So we're saying that like.
Okay, what's your evidence that's...
Where's your source? What's your source?
Like, where is the evidence that religion is real, that these people were real?
The source is the revelation of God in creation.
That's not a source. Do you have a link? Do you have a website?
If you ask me a question,
Yeah, but your opinion.
why
that's
are
not a
you
source.
interrupting me? Did mommy and daddy fail to teach you manners that when you ask somebody a question?
Sorry.
not to interrupt?
She's gonna be quiet now.
Yeah,
I'm sorry for her.
Sorry. Oh, sorry about that banana peel. Sorry. Usually the Brits are more mature.
Reserved?
Usually.
Well, the time.
Sorry. She asked me a question. In the midst of me asking the question, she completely starts interrupting me. Look, I don't mind if somebody interrupts me with cause. Okay.
They're probably closer to 15 than 18. But they said they were 18, so I mean, there's no way to know. The Real, what's this guy? Welcome, The Real.
Hey, how are you guys?
Doing well. What'd you like to say?
Hold on. Oh, where are we here? Your screen, I was going to read it, but it's paused.
Is it not? Well, yeah, it says, one is atheism is baseless and irrational. 2, Christianity is objectively proven. And 3, science is impossible without God.
Yeah, the second one, objectively proven. I'm a Christian myself. I just wanted to share some information with you guys because it's actually been calculated by software and it references.
Hold on a second. You said you're a Christian?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm over 18. I'm 40.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So there's some new information that was recently released, and it's actual, like, they've taken a software program. What they've done is they've inputted particular words, and they've come back and been able to actually count the number of the beast, which is what the book of Revelations commands us to do. Anyway, it comes back to 2 scriptures, and it's Isaiah 28:13, and it's connected with exact coordination with 1 Corinthians 14:11. There's a documentary you can actually watch about it on YouTube as well. So, I mean...
What country are you from?
Canada.
I'm not sure what does this
So they call 1 Corinthians 1 Corinthians?
No, if you want, I'll read it to you really briefly right now.
You know my question? I said in Canada they call 1 Corinthians 1 Corinthians.
1 Corinthians or
Okay.
yeah, it's 1 Corinthians.
Okay, yeah, we're looking to talk with atheists, okay?
Yeah, no problem. This is an argument for you guys that
Didn't Trump say 1 Corinthians when he was quoting the scripture once?
Yeah, well, that's because he's unfamiliar with
Trump
the
is
Bible.
not the best example of a Christian.
Yeah. Trump doesn't claim to be familiar with the Bible.
Hello?
Welcome, Thelonious.
Hi, I'm from South Africa. I've been an atheist since 1998, so 26 years.
Okay, and do you have any evidence for your position, or is it like you just want it to be true?
I would say I remain unconvinced.
Okay, so it seems like you just want it to be true. Well, the problem...
You did not let me finish.
Oh, okay.
What I mean is that the evidence for any deity has yet to be proven to me. So I saw the headline or background image.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Can I
Yes.
interrupt?
Go ahead.
Okay, so you believe that something else actualizes the world rather than God?
To clarify my position, I don't call it God. I just say I believe in
Sir, focus on the question, okay? You say there's no evidence for God. Do you believe that since you don't believe that God actualizes the world, do you then believe that something else actualizes the world?
what you call God, I call the universe or
We're not
nature.
focusing on the question, sir. I understand you reject that God actualizes the world. You say there's no evidence for it. Is
No,
it
I
your
did not say that.
Sir, is it your view that something else other than God actualizes the world?
What you define as God, I just call the universe. or
Goodbye,
nature.
goodbye. How many times do I have to ask a question where the response has no relevance to the question I asked?
Is there some, like, do they train atheists to debate like this somewhere? 'Cause
Look, the flu has been going around, so I take it, rather than to consider them very low information and low IQ, I think it would be reasonable for us to conclude that they're all recovering from the flu.
But it's just remarkable they all have the same empty, vacuous rhetoric that...
Yeah.
So, like, where... It's almost like there's some university out there that's just producing these people like some factory or something. Like, I don't... It's remarkable how they're all exactly the same. Hey, Sila, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great. How are you doing?
You know, do you got any questions? Or you just want to chill?
Yeah, no, I don't want to take too much time up. I just want to, thank you guys for doing what you're doing.
Yeah, man,
And,
we love doing this.
please keep it up. You guys are doing God's work.
I'm going to go into silent mode for a couple of minutes.
Okay. A rare moment of silence from Darth, guys. Rare moment of silence from Darth. I kid.
I'm just hopping on here to say you're an interrupting piece of shit that can't do a debate worth a damn.
Okay. Thanks for your opinion.
No, it's not opinion. That's fact. You're a fucking loser.
Okay.
If you would let people speak for once, you would hear what they had to say, but you're a piece of shit that can't hear anybody else but themselves. It's aggravating, and you need to reevaluate your entire fucking life.
So what objective standard are you appealing to when you call me a piece of shit?
Because you constantly interrupt everyone. I'm the first person that you haven't interrupted because I'm talking over you.
I'm not hearing an answer to my question. So what's...
I just answered it because you're too stupid to understand my answer.
Okay, thanks for
It's
coming.
that fucking simple, you dumbass.
Awesome.
I answered it.
Thank you. I wish you well.
You're a piece of shit because you interrupt. Look at what I'm doing. I'm interrupting you. Doesn't that piss you off and make me a piece of shit?
Oh, I'm fine.
Yeah, look, I'm going to keep interrupting you because that's what you
We
do.
love you, man. We
You
love
are a
you.
joke of a human being. End of story. You can't.
Thanks for coming. Jesus died for your sins. You can have a relationship with God. You
Can you justify
don't have to be like
your
that.
standard for calling me a piece of shit?
Hello.
Be
I just want to
careful.
say, ever since I've been in this live, I was an atheist, and y'all had made me become closer.
Are you serious?
No, bitch, y'all niggas suck, boy. Y'all niggas don't let niggas talk at the point. Y'all make me hate Christianity. Y'all niggas ass, boy. Y'all don't
The
prove shit to
math
nobody.
comes
On my
in.
mama, stop talking to me, son. Get off this shit, boy.
Right on. He was an op the whole time.
He had us in the first half.
Man. These
Well, that
guys
was a
are-
nice interaction.
Hey! Oh, cat, my cat.
Hello.
Welcome, guest.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I just wanted to address this atheist that comes up. Atheists, you guys don't understand. People need to be nice to these religious people. They are going through a lot. It's not just this debate thing. All they want to do is to make you guys angry the way they interrupt you guys. But it's okay. We understand the struggle, and we have to care about their mental health. It's not easy. They are going through a lot. Anyway, thank you, host. That's just what I wanted to say to this fellow atheists. Let them not be mad at you guys, for it's not your fault.
True.
It's a mental issue.
And that's an important reminder. Without God, we are in total despair. And only God can give us hope. So
yeah,
Christianity can help people with mental health issues. I think that's important. People don't understand that because there's a real crisis out there. We've seen that demonstrated with a lot of the guests today. Thanks for that. Yeah, that's a good important announcement. Thanks, Basanta.
No problem, man. No problem. You guys should be nice to them, okay? It's not what they're doing is there is some sort of mental issue and they need help.
Yeah.
So you need to talk to them kindly. You know, they might interrupt you, but it's not their fault. It's just a kind of brain damage with these ideas of God.
Got you. All right. We'll give them extra grace. Gotcha. Thanks.
Yep. All right. Thank you.
You know, I heard Trump is going to pass a bill so that atheists are allowed handicap parking.
Really?
Yeah. I think it's long overdue.
That mental handicap.
Oh. Whoa, that was fast. I just requested. You guys hear me?
Yep. Welcome.
Hello. I am an atheist. I will say the simplest reason is the lack of evidence.
Well, that's just kind of a restatement of your claim. So you're saying that you've determined something can exist with independence from God?
Can you say that in a different way? Because the way you said that is a little bit confusing.
Well, you've determined the world. You can think. You're independent of God. God is not necessary. Because I take the position.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying. I take the position God's necessary. So you just don't agree with that.
Yeah, in a way, I don't. I feel like I have nothing against religion. I've never really had an against. I did get what's it in English? Baptized, stuff like that. But none of my family members are Christian, and neither am I. But I just find it a little bit weird how throughout Christianity you always you in a way follow science, but also deny it.
Well, it's not that Christians deny science. It's that science is so desperate for power, it tries to undermine religion, and so it comes up with theories to have people question the veracity of the Bible. But ultimately, it's going to be baseless because science wouldn't make sense without the Bible as a foundation. You'd be in a world of chaos.
I don't believe it would though. But if you think about it like this,
you got an echo.
James is making me. I'm sorry. Yeah, that was James's going through him. If the Bible disappeared all of a sudden, everything got deleted by it, and science also got deleted, science would be found up again because you can do the same experiments, but
No, no,
with
that's not
the
true.
Bible,
No, that's not.
yes,
Yeah,
sorry, it is.
I love this
With the
world of make believe that you come up with. Okay, totally ridiculous.
make believe, I like that word.
Yeah, yeah. So once upon a time, a long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away.
Star Wars.
You're talking about a world that cannot be. Okay.
No,
So you're talking, sir.
I'm not talking about a world that can't be. I'm just saying if
you're talking about a hypothetical that cannot be.
yeah, but why can't I talk about hypothetical?
Yeah, you're not.
Is that illegal
You're not
now?
getting it. Listen to me. If you want to talk about a hypothetical, like there might be a rabbit in your backyard, that's fine. Okay, but talking about a T-Rex in your backyard is a hypothetical that cannot be when they're extinct.
Yeah. Oh, wait,
Okay.
you believe in T-Rexes?
Yeah. Bible-believing Christians believe that that all animals, both living, dead, or extinct, were created by God. Okay, and that the fossil record is the graveyard of the flood.
Okay, but how old do you think the Earth is?
6,000 years.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go into the point of how old things are because I haven't done the science on it, so I can't really prove any facts about it.
And there is no scientific way to determine how old the Earth is.
You can say that because that's your belief.
Yeah.
You will
So
always say that. I'm sorry.
okay, sir? You don't know what you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you tell me one scientific methodology that shows the age of the Earth that is not based upon untestable assumptions?
Assumptions. Science proves it very simply with the technology that they have. I don't really understand how it works because I'm not scientifically have done that research myself.
How old are you? Yeah, how
I'm
old are you?
23 years old.
Okay, I'm 63. I was studying science before your mother even met your father. I'm more educated. Listen to me carefully.
My parents are older than you.
Listen to me. I'm more educated than you are. Okay, on science. Okay. Now, if you want to bring up something in science as opposition, I'm well prepared for it. Okay.
The thing is,
explain to me. Let's have a conversation here. Explain to me scientifically, how do you determine how old the Earth is in a way that you can't be wrong?
Like I said, I'm not going to do that because I haven't science measured it. But it disappoints me that you say you have done the science because I don't believe you have. You can say you have, but you haven't.
Is that your belief?
Nope, it's a fact. You have never done science. And if you have done science, you have done it wrong.
We're dealing with another PhD from Dunning-Kruger
I don't have a PhD. I am an industry worker. I work with glass.
So why are you trying to come up here and teach us about science?
I'm not teaching you about science. You're all denying science in a way that there's enough evidence of
You're
it.
talking as if you're authority on the subject, and you're completely
Are you qualified to say that there's scientific evidence for the age of the Earth?
I'm not qualified for it, but neither are you.
Then shut up.
But neither are you.
Then
You
you're
can't
not
qualify it either.
How do you know that I don't have any study under my belt to say that science does not have? I'm going to ask you a very simple question: are all conclusions in science provisional?
That is a simple question, but I'm a
Yeah,
stupid
that's a
guy,
bit- that's
and
a
I'm
base-
sorry
that's
that
a
I
bit-
don't understand it.
Yeah, because you don't know what you're talking about. You're uneducated in science. Okay, if you study the philosophy of science, you will know that all conclusions in science are provisional. Okay, all conclusions in science are provisional. There's nothing in science that is considered to be absolute.
No, actually it is. Because can you tell me, is rock Is a rock, or is it not a
You're
rock?
lying.
A rock being a rock is logic, not science.
That is science, because we figure it out. It is a rock.
All right, dude. I'm not going to argue with any further. You literally do not know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but neither do you. I'm sorry.
Okay, so
You're
goodbye,
delusional,
goodbye.
63-year-old man.
Okay.
Delusional.
Science determined a rock is a rock.
Science doesn't make metaphysical claims at all. Welcome, the dream.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
So science is impossible without God. Please elaborate on that.
So science is going to be based on unprovable assumptions, and God's revelation can prove the assumptions that science needs to get off the ground.
Interesting. How do you know that?
Like, because science can't prove logic, science can't prove the uniformity of nature, and it needs both of those things for science.
So
Or like math, science can't prove math.
Okay, let me put it a little differently. Science is going to require a single causal first principle that is absolute, that actualizes whatever unity and diversity is in the world. Okay? So without there being an identifiable and defensible single causal first principle that actualizes the unity in the world, then any scientific reasoning endeavors is based upon an unaccountable first principle for the unity of the world as a foundational parameter.
Science would presuppose a unifying entity, so that that would connect us to the world, so that we can know the world. Because science is a study of the world, and without a unifying entity connecting us, our minds to the world, we couldn't know the world.
Interesting. How do you know that?
It just necessarily follows that without a single causal first principle actualizes unity in the world, then you'll be invoking unity without cause. Okay? So it would be an arbitrary declaration.
Interesting. How do you know that?
An arbitrary declaration is one that is not given a defense. Okay?
Interesting. How do you know
So
that?
does science depend upon the uniformity of nature?
Does science depend on what?
The uniformity of nature.
No.
Okay, you're completely uneducated and ignorant. Every scientist and every human being operates off the principle that the world around them operates in some regular ways. Okay?
No. Science.
Okay.
Science studies. Science
You're
studies
done. You're
how
done.
things operate. Like
You're done.
You're cooked. Take them out of the oven. Put your oven mitts on, brother.
I mean, colossal ignorance of the basics of science.
Every time. Welcome, Doug. You got a little background information there, so you're going to have to mute if you're talking. Or background noise, there. Nice, man.
Wait, did he just say that science doesn't require the uniformity in nature?
He sure did, and you know who else made that claim? Was there's a guy that goes live by the name of Matthew. Matthew said the same thing.
Oh my gosh!
To defend atheism, they literally deny what would be necessary for science to be possible, because atheism is more important to them than like defending science. They'd rather defend atheism than science. They're willing to basically throw science under the bus to make atheism work.
Yep, because they can't justify their appeal to science or
Yes.
what requires science to
So
actually perform. So.
they're constantly appealing to science, but this is a type of a cognitive dissonance since God is necessary for science. So cognitive dissonance is when your beliefs contradict each other. So their belief in atheism contradicts any of their belief in scientific claims. That would be completely. Any scientific claims lack foundation without God's revelation.
Yep, exactly. I actually had a quick question for both of you. I don't know. I was wondering if you both have done some study into the issue of the one and the many, and I was wondering if there are any other worldviews that can justify their appeal to the one and the many. Thanks.
I don't believe. I think you would need a Trinitarian Godhead to appeal to the one and the many, and so that's actually how we would say that Islam and Judaism is false, because we can argue that we argue first that revelation is necessary. So that gets you to Judaism, Islam, Christianity, and then from there we could argue something like only the Trinitarian God can explain unity and diversity, because our Godhead has 3 diversity and 1 Godhead unity. And they have Unitarian, Allah is Unitarian God, and the Jewish God is Unitarian. So they can, those worldviews can't ground unity and diversity, so they fail the transcendental challenge. Only the Christian worldview uniquely can answer the transcendental challenge, which is a challenge of can your metaphysics account and defend for the intelligibility of our experience.
Thanks.
So we keep reminding them that only the Christian worldview can uniquely answer the transcendental challenge, and no other worldview can do that. I welcome Matt.
Hey, I just want to correct, just inquire. Did you say any scientific claim lacks something without God's intervention?
God's revelation is necessary for a foundation for any scientific claim.
Prerequisite, yeah.
I have a meme to demonstrate the problem. Oh, why isn't that working now? What the heck? Well, it was working earlier.
Okay.
That's unfortunate.
What's a scientific claim got to do with God?
God represents a single causal first principle that actualizes the unity and diversity in the world. So when you attempt to do science at a mental level, without reference to God, then there is no single causal first principle that's identifiable that grounds unity and diversity.
I think you're a special kind of stupid if you think that.
Okay, can you do science without operating under the principle of the uniformity of nature?
No, you can't. Not nature, no.
Okay. So if you don't start with a self-revealing single causal first principle that actualizes the set of unity and diversity, then invoking unity and diversity will be without basis.
Well, what's your interpretation of God?
God is the supreme being and the creator of all things, who has revealed himself in creation and ultimately in Jesus Christ.
Can another word for that be nature?
No. Nature is God's creation.
Okay.
So when you attempt to do science without God, you're starting with the fundamental parameter of the unity and diversity of the world, but you're invoking it without cause.
I have one more question. Are you a virgin?
given that I'm looking at my fifth child right now, I couldn't be. I'm sitting across from the table of my fifth child.
Is that your favorite one?
Yeah.
The reason we're
And
so
let me put it
dumb.
this way. Let me put it this way.
Yep.
In terms of my physical presentation, both now and in the past, I've never had a problem attracting the opposite sex. Have you?
The reason we're so dumb is because we haven't had enough sex.
Yeah, and that is just a trollish response when you don't have an intellectual retort. Okay?
Think about it.
Well, your position is bankrupt, so you have to resort to insults.
It wasn't so much an insult.
Can you do science without having an identifiable single causal first principle?
Yes.
Good. So what actualizes the various states of unity as a fundamental parameter? Why do they exist?
Science is a repeatable process.
No, I didn't ask you for a definition of science. I asked you to account for the fundamental parameters of the uniformity of nature. What actualizes the uniformity of nature?
Fucking science.
Do you know how stupid you sound right now?
That's what they do. Science proves science. So that's circular.
And you're asking me if I ever had children, do you realize how stupid you sound right now?
Bro, you're 63 years old and you still got a void within you that needs to be filled with your word God. That's
okay. All right. Hey, listen.
That's hilarious.
What a badass.
Remember us on Judgment Day. You will remember.
That's fear.
Yeah.
Put in
That's
your
right,
mind
it is.
by someone.
Yeah, that's fear, dog. Fear. I don't have fear.
Put another shrimp on the barbie, mate.
Oh my gosh. I love how they accuse us of circular reasoning and then they go, science proves science. Oh my gosh. You can't make this stuff up, folks. So there we have it. We've been live for hours.
It's comedy gold.
Atheists say the darndest things. Maybe I should make a little background, like it could be our show. Atheists say the darndest things. I mean, it really is. It's like I used to talk to flat earthers because I'd be like, wow, these flat earthers say crazy things. But then I found out about atheism. And I'm like, never mind the flat earthers.
Hello?
I found the real fantasy people. Well, welcome, Aurora.
Hi.
Hello. What would you like to say?
We should have a twerk off. Right now.
Did you?
You and me go twerk off right now. What's the squirt velocity? I want to know. know.
Did you go to the P. Diddy freak off? I think that's what P. Diddy called his parties. He called them freak offs. Oh my goodness. That guy is accused.
Yeah, he's in deep trouble.
He's been accused of 10,000 SAs, Darth. 10,000. It might be even more than that. I might be lowballing it. It's literally tens of thousands of SAs. How do you get away? How do you get away with tens of thousands of SAs for 20 years? No, look.
Do you know who P. Diddy's father is?
No.
Jeffrey Epstein.
His father is Satan. You know, he would have satanic altars at the parties where they were doing their naked party thing. Or that's reported, at least, I guess. I guess that we have to take that with a grain of salt, but it's reported that he had satanic altars at his parties. He might claim he's Christian, but he definitely. Watch. There's an interview with Mace, and they ask Mace about if P Diddy's a Christian, and he goes, "Well, is RuPaul a Christian?" Welcome, Rami Star. Welcome, Rami Star. What would you like to say? Hello, Rami. Is my mic on? Okay. Mars to Rami. Come in, Rami. Oh, we lost Darth. We lost Darth. He's going to spend time with his family. What a monster. What a horrible person. Spending time with his family. Watch out. What should I watch out for, Sela? Darth had to go save Tab. Tab's getting destroyed. I'll go help Tab. Oh, he's talking to Blitz. Oh, that's where Darth went. Good. All right, let's go watch Tab stream then. You guys follow Tab?
No, I don't know what that is.
They're saying Blitz is talking to Tab. Darth, go over to Tab stream. Blitz is talking to Tab. All right, I'm going to end my live. So everyone go check out Tab.